Okay, get it started. And okay, I did. I just changed the cabling on the microphone because I realized I bought the Stream Deck thing, and then that's coming next week. And I realized that I'm back to another problem of now I don't have enough cabling to support multiple microphones if I do it the way I'm going to do it. So I got a splitter, and I just swapped it out and didn't even think to test the microphone first before streaming. So that was clever, but all good. Okay. I do these things. New toys. Yeah, it was. Um, yeah, I've done my socializing for the day, my peopling. I just done my karate test for my blue stripe towards my black belt. So yeah, so I ordered a female to dual XLR male cable that can still plug into um the Scarlett, which has now output to my work machine, and then I can actually support having both the I can have streaming off both the stream PC and the dev PC, and I can pick and choose without actually changing anything. So that's cool. Yeah. So I ordered the because I didn't have a stream, but I only have an old a Gen One Stream Deck, so I ordered the Stream Deck Plus and the dock. So that'd be cool. Okay. So I am new toys. Yeah, I also got a mini PC this week as well. On our Kubernetes conversation last week, I want to try and get a Kubernetes machine or two set up and kind of create a cluster. I know I could use Pies, but I don't have any, and I don't have anything past a Pi 3, I think, so that's not worth it. So I got a little AMD mini PC. Actually, a pretty powerful one. 6900HX is actually not a slouch with 32 gig in it. And I'm going to pair that with another little mini PC and get some Kubernetes stuff going on there. Try to move towards that, so Pulumi and stuff. So yeah, that's the fun. I'm not envious, nope. So yeah, moving forward with the platform, basically. Yeah. Okay, so the other day we got the notification stuff in there. So now we have another database. When this starts up, when data group starts up, it moves over here. So we have another database, and we have an entity subscriptions table. And the idea here is, so the first level of notification. So I'm building on top of things. I'm not going to try and build the end goal first, right? Because that would be just too ambitious. So what I'm building is I want to be told of any changes to this thing. That's what we're building towards, right? Because what we're told, or what we're told based off of, is a concern of the notification system. How we're told is a case of the entire system, right? So when I say, hey, I care about this thing, doesn't matter that I say I care about this thing when it's in this condition, or I say I care about this thing in general. Those are just narrowing of those criteria, right? They're not, um, um, that doesn't change very much. So first I'll get everything working as, oh, I care about that entity. And then from there, build upon that, because then I've got the system in place to do it. Dukersoft, how are you doing? How is your Saturday? Or your Saturday evening at this point? So yeah, that's what we're going to build. We're going to build this and try and try and grow this. So it's going from my garden. Feels hot. Nice, nice. Yeah, I I just did a karate test, got home, changed, and to the computer to do some streaming. I wish it was cooler in this room actually, but it's not. AC is just being overrun by the heat. Okay. So what we're going to work on, we've got the app up and running. So now this gets very complicated, right? Because now to get the application running, I actually have to have all these tools running to get the application fully working, right? So I need the gateway, planning items, attachments, tenant management, the view, the internal service. This one doesn't necessarily matter. I could drop this for now. I probably should actually. Actually, I probably should. How do I do that? Delete. Yeah, I don't need that one. So I need these services running. I need all the views, all the tickets, consumers. Let's remove that for now. Let's clean this up. Yeah, that's better. That's the bare minimum to get running now. So notifications being the last service that just got added in. Sorry, I'm just trying to think through things. So yeah, the notification system. So what I got working the other day is there's an API now. The API supports saying, hey, I care about a planning item, right? So there's planning item subscription slash planning item. And this just creates a record in there. Or if I've already subscribed to it, it just updates it. It doesn't create duplicates. So there's some tests in there. So now what we're going to do is work on the other side of that, which is the client side, which is putting a button in to do that. So if we go here, I've got this icon already. I've started work on this. And we're going to be able to click that. When we click it, right now, it's just going to create that subscription. What I realized here is that this is where we start to get into a little bit more complication with our stories, with our planning, with everything else, right? Prime, I don't know why you always go into light mode. Like this, like remember, I'm not resetting my cookies every time. Just remember what I selected. So this started me down a path of, I'm now into the point of the application where there's a lot more functionality coming and there's a lot more granular behavior. And if I try and tackle all the pieces at once, it's a lot of work. So how do I break that up? How do I make it a little bit easier to handle? So we're going to evolve this, right? This is where I start to get into I need to improve my practices of story planning, of preparation, and all those things, right? So I need to get better at those components. So I'll start here. As a user, I should be able to register a subscription on a planning item. The user should be able to select an indicator on the planning item detail panel to register their interest in this particular planning item. Now, a product manager isn't likely going to write that. The product manager is likely going to write the end goal, right? So the product manager, if in their wish list, is going to say, as far as requirements go, is the icon should change when I have subscribed. If I click the icon again, it will deselect and remove my subscription after confirming, right? So there's a lot of behavior in there, right? But the challenge is, as a developer, those are pieces of work that are actually quite a lot of actual work, because right now we have the notification piece in there, which allows me to subscribe to an entity. But to actually have that functional, I need to produce an event that says this user subscribes to this. Because now I need the view side of things to be able to tell me, you've got a subscription. I am getting to the point where I'm questioning some of the design. Not all the design, but some of the design. Like, because there's a very simple answer to this part, right? Oh, nice. You updated as well. Awesome. It's filtering ideas, drawing. Nope. Update. How do I update plugins? Community plugins, check for updates, update all. There we go. Fixed, drastically degraded rendering performance and zoomed in arrows with labels, new area group frame and clip frame reference. New command palette action frame change. Nice. Okay, so we close that one. That one goes away. I think I actually need this. What would be good is having version control around some of these things. Yeah, I need to, ooh. That's cool, for navigation. But one of the things that, is it data flow? No. Standards, ideas, system interactions. One of the things I've been thinking about is, okay, well, the way I'm doing this, if I need the view now, because of the way I've got GraphQL, etc., I could potentially have notifications have an aspect of view. I could have notifications because I'm going to have communications have a view. Why not have notifications have a view? But then I get into the world of, well, now my database is close. It's okay for me to touch this database. So now do I produce the view against this? What I'm going to do is avoid that. I'm going to make that a concern of view, right? So I'm going to make a Kafka I'm going to make a Kafka notification there. And the reason being that the notification system, once it receives a subscription notification, it can actually publish that, and the view can contain that and display that however it wants, because it is all about the view. There's no functionality there. There's just, here's what your subscriptions are. You could also then join this with the current data to identify this user has a subscription, because you know who's requesting the data. So I think that's a simpler design than having this join, because I have a join dependency, right? This has no context of all the data. So I'd actually have to pull to make this happen. I would actually have to make a request to the notifications GraphQL API to get the notifications after I've got this one, because I have to go for an ID. So that makes it noisier. It'll make it far cleaner if notifications publishes an event to say a subscription to this entity has occurred with these parameters, and then have the view know how to lay that out. In this case, the communication side of things, communications is, this is a, this is built for messaging. So this is meant to be able to ask for its messages. So it's a little bit of a different concern. So yeah. So that's why I'm going to do that. Looks like we do have some viewers. So if you are new to the stream, if you look, that's fine. I appreciate it. But if you are new to the stream, you have questions about what I'm doing, you'd like to see more, please feel free. The stream is always just to kind of keep me focused on the project as a whole, but I am happy to talk about it and debate the design. If you disagree with the design, if you have experience, I'm happy to listen and learn as well. Okay, so we have notifications right now. The point of that diversion was, I have a challenge with the way these stories are being built, right? Because if I do this, this would be my requirements list. So as a PM, I'm not trying to think of the system as components. I'm thinking of it as all a behavior. So I think, oh, I can just go into the screen, click this icon. It will turn solid to indicate that I've got a subscription to this thing. Um, Icons are a challenge that we'll come back around on as a pass later. Deflogs, how are you doing? How are things? You did, and very early on as well. Only 20 minutes into the stream, bud. um, yeah. Well, I feel Schnabel, how you doing? I just finished a karate test, and I have some energy, and I want to get on with this. So, hence a weekend stream. Make progress and all. So yeah, as a PM, the entire thing, the entire behavior of this little icon here is simply that icon on the screen, right? There is no more complexity to that, but the system as a whole offers some complexity, which is a challenge. So these things themselves have necessary behavior behind them. So if I take that all as one story, I can do it, but it will be a lot of work before I get around to finishing it. So I'm going to remove these for now. So once we get into actual using the system to plan the system, we're going to get into a lot more of that sort of stuff where we can discuss how we might approach building a story, why the technical requirements influence what actual stories get produced. Because again, I'm separating the planning aspect of this from the, yeah. So I've got over here, I should be able to unsubscribe. I should see that I have a subscription. The inbox of notification of changes should happen. These are all big components, right? They're not necessarily simple things. So, and that would be, and that's a all one thing. Okay. Because ultimately, what I want to do is on this, I want to be able to say, when you click it, offer a drop down menu that says, okay, do you want to be told about it in your inbox? Do you want to be told about it by a push notification? Do you want a daily email? How do you want this information? But phase one is let's get it telling the system, telling the user, oh, something changed about this thing, right? So in this case, I don't necessarily need a signal store because I'm communicating with the backend directly. So I'm not going to create a store for now. I'm going to stick with you build what I need, not what I think I need. So let's create a new service. Tempted to understand what that is. So this will be, what is this? This is, hey Stoic, how you doing? Battle goes well. Welcome in. Stoic, by the way, is another streamer. Is actually building a game tracking library in PHP. And it's not just tracking the games, tracking the completion of the games as well. So tracking like how many games have been completed and all that sort of stuff. So it's very cool and envious of that design. Preparing for some more Onimusha. Nice. Yeah, while you're here, I'll show you my version of a game tracking library. So I have, my apologies for the bright white screen. This is a few years old now, this version. Good job. Mr. Jones is in here. Yes. Yes. Mr. Jones would revel in the chance to bring up the PHP thing. So my app tracks my recent updates, the recent games I've added to the collection. It shows me how many games of each collection. I probably have hit 222 on the PS4. I track statistics such as, I've got 1,712 games with 1,886 copies. I probably should sell some duplicates at some point. And how much of the collection is actually priced by price charting. And then it shows me the top 3 games per platform by value, a current estimated value. So it's based off price charting's estimates. So some of these I've noticed go wildly off based upon price charting. But then, one of the things I want to do is do some kind of analytics of the platforms because, like Legend of Heroes Trails of the Cold Steel 2 on the PS4, $201, right? So like PS4 holds value, but then you look at the Xbox, and I've got some good games for the Xboxes, but none of the Xbox games hold value. And then the Wii and the Wii U, etc. So, yeah. And then when I go to games, I can look at the actual games and scroll through. And then when I click on a game, let's click randomly. If we go to, Battle Engine IKEA for the Xbox, I can see the condition, the UPC, the cost, and then these are the price charting fields that are added. And then I can expand that in theory and see the price charting history over the last year for that entity. And then the actual price chart updates that came around. So yeah, that's my version. And I can also export it. So I can just do a PDF dump of the entire table, which is nice. Because then I've always got a version on hand. Yeah. And it's a title per platform. Yeah. And then I can actually upload the price charting file and it'll update all the prices and do all the shift of stuff. So I can publish it on platforms. So yeah, that's what tells me roughly how many systems I own because obviously each one of these is a platform. So 40 apparently now. You can't. So when I do this version, so if I go in here and I click this icon, that's a live API search against price charting, right? So this actually just did a lookup against price charting based upon the name or the UPC. Well, it takes UPC first. If it can't find UPC, it passes the name. So I use live API for pricing at the time, and then the price the dump to be able to update on a cycle. And I've never got around to doing the cycle. So basically, the price charting updates are every time I decide, oh, I'm going to go and do the price charting update, and I drag the file in there, and it runs the background process to update all the pricing on all the games. And then it shifts, so it basically tracks the current price, and then shifts everything else back as a historical record. So I've got the full history of price charting updates. Because I've matched it. When I do this, I match it and I pick the game. So if it doesn't appear in here, I can type in here and have it search, right? So it will show me, and then if I hit that, it'll reassociate it. But yeah, yeah, and then I've got the ability to add notes. So yeah, but whereas your game library is focused very on Amusha, by the way. Your game library is very focused on not just tracking the games, but also your completion of the game, so you can see how many times you complete the game, etc. Mine's focused on the pricing because it's more of an assessment thing, so that if something was to happen to me, my wife has a list of the games, and B, an idea of what the value of the games are. So, if something happens, and also from an insurance perspective, this is useful. So sometimes the titles don't always match. Looks like you've got some good tools to deal with that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just thought I'd share that while you're in the stream. But unfortunately, that is not what I'm focused on right now. That is another side project that we'll come back around to eventually. I'm just going to create this service right now. So this is going to be services slash, let's say, notifications, skip tests. I'm interested to know what this does different to the regular. Okay. Apollo does nothing different. Okay. That's fine. It started, so I'm going to look. Coding. Stoic. Thank you very much for stopping by. Have a great stream. I will come and join you afterwards. Take care. Okay, so again, right now I don't have a need for doing any GraphQL stuff in here. I don't have a need for doing any signal store stuff. So I'm going to just make a service, make an HTTP request, and have it go to the subscription, right? So the way this is going to work, and I'll just need another service for reference because, yeah, there we go. That's what I needed. So I now have the API base URL because everything goes through the gateway in one environment variable. So if I switch between production and development, etc., the API URL changes, which is was a very useful change. So now these don't need to know. I don't have to have a hard-coded environment string everywhere. We're going to need our HTTP client, and we're going to need a method. I don't think it's going to be that. Public. This is going to be subscribe to planning item. I'm going to go that way for right this second. And then let's just check our sort configuration. So I did API subscriptions entity, subscriptions planning item. And then on the server side, we take an identifier. So that's going to be identifier. Here's planning item. Ultimately, this is going to differ, but everything else is going to stay the same when we're subscribing to an entity. So when we go to tickets or anything else, we'll just do that sort of thing. I'm yet to decide if you would want to subscribe to a requirement or whether you just care. I think that's more likely you're going to say, I care about the requirements changing on a planning item versus I care if this requirement gets updated. I can't see why you would care about a specific requirement because those could be in flux, those could change around as developers talk about them, etc. So, okay, so we have that. It's injectable. We now can go to our component in planning. So I've made that service at the higher level, right? Because the notification service doesn't belong to a module or an individual component. I'm going to call it from here right now, but yeah. So in here, we are going to constructor. Yeah, you got it. Oh, I have two notification services. That's the one I want. So on that topic, we have the one in stores with notifications because this one is actually subscribed to the push notifications. Yeah. I've got to figure out two things. The first one is I hate this style. I've seen something where you can do this, but I'm not sure how to do that or whether that's actually relevant for Angular. in the import path. Actually, let me import path Angular, remove, avoiding relative paths. There we go. You can add your application source via paths in tsconfig. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. So can I do, so if I go to here, hello, buddy. You get in trouble? I just had a dog come running happily down the hallway to me. So one day we'll figure out doggo cam so that we can, I don't look like I'm a crazy person talking to myself. So we need paths as an option here. And it's in compiler options, right? Yeah. So base URL dot paths. There we go. You're always talking to yourself in the context of anyone else in the house. Indeed. Okay, so that now that means the app is there. So we have app. So we can reference this service in that module by going into here. And now that become, oh no, nice, it knows about it. Oh, yes, we like this. We like this. We're just going to come up with reasonable namings for things. Thing learned. Okay. And then we need public, subscribe, and then let's do it that way. So now when we click this, click equals subscribe. When we click that, oh, we weren't running. Okay. No. Instead of dog, the other one just walked straight in and just sit down on my foot. That's going to make that awkward. I'm a fidget when I sit, which makes this challenging. Okay, so now let's resubscribe. We click that. Might want to make that not an href, right? Click that. Subscribed. Did we really? Yeah, we did. I just happened to have picked the exact same one that I picked randomly. I picked this GUID from the database. I didn't pick this one specifically. So let's go here and click that. That's our subscriptions. So we have, so you see now that has no null because I've not clicked it again. So my user has a subscription to the planning item of this entity identifier. There we go. Nice and easy. We probably don't want that to happen though. We probably don't want an alert to happen. The problem is, and I'm deliberately trying to keep this to a bare minimum. I'm trying to keep this to the, I'm not overthinking it. I'm letting the ideas flow, partially to demonstrate how I might handle like so stuff like this, but partially to just kind of make sure that I'm not doing a load of stuff that I probably don't need or trying to be clever about it. So, that puts us in a weird place. Because, so let me get, now I know about this. I want to do a little bit more. Modules, planning, star is, that takes an array. That's modules, planning. That's interesting. Wonder how much that clean up. This is why I'm doing this, because I look at this. This module has so much stuff, but I've also got shared. That's what that's meant to do. So we want was that listening to me? How did that? Nope. That'd be wrong. That just is it because I hovered over that particular part? It's like these, right? That should be there, but am I wrong? Okay, they're not at app level. That's why they're not source. They're source shared. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, now that cleans them up, right? Let's move that there. Let's move that there. Let's move that there. Cleaning up these things is something that I really wanted to do. There's some of them that are ridiculous paths, and I think they should. But it looks like that's built for that problem, so I don't think it's necessarily wrong to have the ridiculous paths at this point. It's just an organization thing. So what I'm getting into, what I'm trying to delay on here, right? Some of these components, by the way, they do go away because I don't need them anymore, I think. We should clean them up later. So there's our themes. There's our GraphQL components. There's our behaviors, our shared models. Again, maybe that belongs in shared. I don't know. Services, our notification service. The thing I'm trying to delay a little bit here is I'm considering, do I need to use the store to do this? Because maybe from a UI perspective, that's great, but it doesn't give me an indicator that it's subscribed to. I'm going to come pretty quickly around, pardon me, on the next part though. So this would add value. This would add value. I should be able to register a subscription. So technically I've done this part. Now, if I pull this story in, that work continues. So if I do this, then I've got that wired up, but now I'm going to refactor all that in the next piece. So that's the sort of thing that you overthink this. Do you think through that far enough ahead? It's a hard balance. This adds value. I could actually proceed to this piece instead of these pieces. So these are kind of cleaning up, but I can actually proceed to notifications. I probably should actually proceed to notifications and then come back around and tidy up the process a little bit, because then I can actually demonstrate that part. but now I have the ability to subscribe. I've got the bare minimum in there. And oftentimes when we're building stories, we're like, oh, it must have user value, it must have value. But I think moving the system forward has value. So I'll continue to debate this. Okay. So we did a few things here. We got this in there. We got a button in there. So let's do the tsconfig. Added named paths to tsconfig to clear up. There's a name for this, isn't there? There's a name for that .. relative paths. We'll call that. Let's make sure that's a singular commit. This was a case of, yeah, everything else is subscribing to planning items. So feature subscribe to planning item notifications. Added notification service to invoke API endpoint for planning item subscription. Created component. So again, that component itself has maybe state, and maybe the planning item has a subscribed flag on it eventually. But this gives me time to think about that and design that out, and also try and get the notifications piece working. So I created a component for planning item subscription. And I actually think that could be more general, because I actually only need the entity type I'm subscribing to and the ID and an indicator as to whether I'm subscribed. So maybe that can be parameterized and pulled out as a component that says, so then there's a common icon all around the system. If you can subscribe to something, you can click it and get the selection, and then it will manage what you're subscribing to and how. So create a component for planning item subscription, invoke service. Yeah, that's all we did there. So commit and push. Yeah, as always, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, please feel free to join in. I'm happy to talk about this stuff. Let's stop running. Let's go back a little bit here. Let's bring up the issue board. Let's go here, Liquid Sky. Yeah, let's create a pull request. So we're going to merge that into dev. Unit test is still running. Got to make sure the unit test pass. Nothing should have changed there because it's all client side, but you never know. And ultimately, I do want to be able to get into a position where I can do client side testing, and that way I can move forward with that. Well, those unit tests run. So yeah, what I'm going to move to here is I'm going to move to this one. I'm actually going to well, actually there's two components, right? There's actually there's way more to this part, which is why I'm going to focus on this, because now I know I can subscribe. Now I have to actually do something changed about this entity. Let's tell people. So there's a few items. As a user, I want to be able to see a list of recent changes for items I'm subscribed to. So written like that, hello, if he, how you doing? So written like that, project. But I actually don't have a project. Really? Hold on. That's a thank you, Google Mesh, for bringing that up. I don't often promote that option of doing that, do I? I do have commands. Oh, I have them in Streambot, but that's on the when the Stream PC. That's why, because I'm doing single stream. That's why I turned off. Yeah, I'm creating a product for monetizing later. That is the intention right now. The intention is to build a platform. I'm treating it very much like I do want to build a full product out of it. Whether that's a realistic expectation or not, I don't know. But if I proceed with it, then yeah, turn that on. So now if you do, yeah. So I've been working on this platform for 10 months. So good luck if you want to copy what I'm doing. Yeah, it's not open source because it is so big and there's too much behavior in here. I'm happy to talk about it. I'm happy to explain things. I'm happy to demonstrate pieces. I do not need to just get on with coding. So if you are interested, if you're genuinely interested and you want to ask questions, please feel free to. I'm happy to talk about these things. So this platform is code named Liquid Sky. What I'm trying to build here is an agile project management and planning tool, similar to Jira. But right now I'm focused on the concept of planning, not the concept of just getting to stories. Yeah, I would suggest creating a YouTube video. You mean to introduce this? Yeah. I have thought about it. I've considered how I might do that to present it well. The thing that sets this, yeah, the thing that sets my platform aside, the unique proposition that I have not seen in other systems, maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't, is this concept of a review date combined with highly granular notifications. That's what I'm focused on right this second. So the review date is what drives the system forward. So you see this is a past due and upcoming, right? If I click on this one, oh no, I've stopped this system from running. We need a few things running. But the concept is the review date will constantly be reviewed and the system will notify people of changes, because a lot of tooling like Jira is built actually for management, not for developers. The tools are built to try and report on how developers are doing. The tools are built to report on how projects are progressing, how work is flowing. And they generally do a bad job because they leave it down to the developers to keep track of those things. And if developers are like focused on a project or focused on a piece of work, they oftentimes forget to change things, etc. So what I want to do is build this planning concept where the PMs can come along, they can build up their stories the way they think they want to build them. They don't have to assign them to any given project. These tags can be added. And then when it comes time to actually preparing the stories, they can work with the developers to figure out, oh, these requirements, this requirement is a story. This requirement is actually another story. This requirement and this requirement are a story, and they belong in different projects, right? So they can spawn stories that come from the planning item, and that planning item can have kind of a life cycle. So it's very much built on both the review date. The review date is an alerting thing to keep people aware that this item needs to be reviewed. It needs to be either updated, pushed back, etc., etc. But it keeps making things fresh. Oh, really? Oh, Kafka's probably not running. That's why. Kafka startup is tricky at best. Yeah. By the way, I don't need Kafka for right now. So the idea is you go in here. This reminds me, can we automate deploying of Kubernetes where we can track versions of deployment files and we can, which changes are done for the ticket? I mean, not from this tool directly, but I mean, automate deployment of Kubernetes, yeah. Yeah. Stranhorn, good day. How are you doing? But, ultimately, I'm starting with the planning piece. I'm starting with this piece because it is something that I feel is drastically lacking in most organizations. But the idea here is I can click on this, I can pull this up and I can say, okay, well, this is going to be reviewed. This is going to be reviewed tomorrow, right? So I can say 28th. And when I move that forward, right, the system's waking up. That becomes current because now that's in the current week. I can work on this one. And, there should be no past due is the idea, right? I either move them forward. I say, okay, well, actually, I can't get round to this, so I'm going to move that to August. And when that moves to August, that's good. I need to put a timer on that to remove it. This one, okay, that needs to be next week or tomorrow, and so on and so on and so on, right? Yeah. So, well, the review date is the person who needs to work on this is the person assigned to it. They're going to get the reminders on the reviews, etc. This right now is showing me all the planning items. Ultimately, there'll be filters, but right now it's showing me all of them. So the person who is assigned to it should be the one reviewing it, but people can subscribe to it. So that's what I've just got working. So when I click on this, I can hit this, and right now it won't. It'll just say subscribe to planning item. But I'm about to work on the feature that says, okay, well, now something's changed on this. So now when this changes, it will actually create a notification and give me an inbox notification on the application to tell me, oh, by the way, this planning item's just changed. And I'm building on top of that. So bit by bit by bit by bit, I'm going to construct ever more complicated filters. So if I want to say, okay, I care about planning items that are assigned to me, that's fine. Or I care about planning items that are assigned to the planning project and I care about their review date expiring, right? I want to be able to say, like, be very granular on that. And when I say care about, maybe I want a daily digest email. Maybe I want a push notification. Maybe I just want an inbox message to be there so that I can, get a little counter or something. And then when I click on my planning dashboard, this will show me the dashboard and show me the list of current messages and say, okay, well, this planning item changed by user X. Here's what changed about it. And then they can go and find that thing. So I'm just building bit by bit, day by day, kind of growing the system now. Overall, the system is a distributed system. So there is lots of moving components. The general architecture looks something like this, where we have the client talking to an API gateway. There's many APIs in the backend. Each component of the system is broken out as its own piece. There's not a monolith behind this. There's a lot of different projects. And as each thing changes, it publishes integration events and other things figure those things out, right? So there's a lot of moving parts. And, from a video perspective, what do I demonstrate? How do I lay that out, right? So I'm open to suggestions. If anyone wants to join the Discord and has an idea about ways I might do that, I'm happy to kind of take on suggestions because I have thought about producing a video to introduce this project. Because there is now, as of today, 111 videos on it, but that's not all the work I've done, right? I've been working on this for 10 months, but only essentially 3 months worth of that is tracked. So yeah, there's a lot of pieces. I'm happy to talk about them if you want to know more about technologies. If you have questions about why I'm doing something or how, please feel free. The stream is for that. The stream is not for me to just sit there and code. If you like co-working and you're happy to sit and listen to me coding, then that's fine. But I like talking about stuff. And what I'm trying to do is use Excalibur, Obsidian plus Excalibur to best lay out the system, try and start to write some coding standards, some practices, how I write stories, where the data flows are going, and try and document the system as a whole. This diagram indicates the flow through the system via the different technologies. So we have HTTP requests coming in. This is kind of the right side of things. HTTP requests coming in. The API gateway distributes them to the right component. We use Kafka to produce a lot of events because most of it, different systems are going to consume the same thing. So in here, tenant management, Kafka is going to produce messages and the view consumes them. The view has a GraphQL API inside of it, and that's what the client is viewing. Probably I need to make another direction of who owns GraphQL and how the client pulls the data. And then these pieces, actually, that now gets solid because that's now its own thing. That exists now. This is imaginary. And yeah, so we've got Kafka doing most of the eventing between the systems because it's producing data and not producing commands. We do have a few commands. Notifications will send a command to communications. Monitoring will send a command to communications. Tenant management, when a new user is registered, sends a command to communications via service bus. And that is a command. That is not an event. That is you need to go do something. So the system is highly distributed and a challenge to manage at this point. So yeah, what we're about to do is get this story merged and move on to the next piece, which is where it starts to get a little bit more challenging. So that's merge. Let's merge PR. And obviously, I'm a solo developer. There's no one reviewing my PRs. I do actually have 2 people added to this project so they can see the code. But they're friends that I wanted to have access to the code. But that's why that I have the things on there that prevent me from just committing, so that if someone else comes along, they can't override that merge. If they're brave enough to check out the code and do that at this point. So let's minimize that. Let's check out this. Let's update that. That's all updated. Let's delete that. Now let's go back over here. Okay, so now there's a few components here. Let's think about this. There's a few layers to what I want to do next. The first layer is sorry, just making sure I communicate. The first layer is I need to react to changes, right? So notifications right now doesn't listen to changes. So I need to build that part. From there, I need to understand who cares about something. Then I need to send the relevant communication. That communication has its own dependencies, like on table structure and things like that. I need to kind of figure out, okay, what am I actually telling them? Where do I store the changes? Do I publish the changes to the view and then kind of make a stream of, change events? Does the view now have need for a different technology that this is going to be a little simpler in, right? How do I do those things? But there's many components, right? Because again, if we're writing stories, if you're working in this sort of stuff, the stories have a lot of, they have a desired output, right? So from a product management perspective, pause, breathe. From a product management perspective, what they want to see is, I need to see a dashboard that has a list of notifications. That's what they want to see. That is not simple. And that is not one thing. There is many things involved in that. So, do you build a story that is massive? Because obviously now that story involves, okay, well, first we need to consume changes into notifications. We know who cares about this item, so we know the entity ID that's come in and the type of entity that's come in because we've consumed the planning items changes. We know that a user cares about planning items changes. So now we need to send a command. But what is that command? That command is notify them that the object changed. So it's not notifications challenge, or is it to consolidate that information? Because if I change the name to whatever, let's say I change the assigned user. Well, assigned user is a GUID on the planning item. It's not an actual field. The view knows about that name. So do I publish a change to the view? And that's why these arrows are kind of here. Let's remove that one for right a second. I'm gonna get rid of that. If I publish a change to the view, then I do a publish to the notification. So the same event is published to both, right? So the view consumes it. It now has information enough to actually consolidate that data down and understand it changed from A to B because it's got all the information. So the view entity can actually, the view component can figure that out. And that change notification, the change event, can be consumed by notifications. And we can say, oh, this person is watching this thing. Right. What I'm stuck on is ownership of data. When you're building a monolith, when you're building a large application backed by a single database, all of this is a little simpler in some respects. More difficult in that you end up with ownership issues. Who gets to change what, when? Blur, right? It's often easier to say, oh, well, this table, well, this piece and this piece need this table, so let's just give them both access to this table. Oh, but that piece needs a field, that piece needs a column there. Oh, let's just add those columns. So now your table is changing because two different things need it. That's why this is appealing to me, because it does mean that I have, not only at the code level do I have that single responsibility or that separation of concerns, but at the data level, I have separation of concerns. But I now have to think about who needs what when and what information. So my pause there, this system knows that I care about an entity. This system will know about how I want to be told about the entity. So this system will publish commands to the note. So the notification system knows about what I want to be, how I want to be notified. It can publish commands to communications. Communications is the one responsible for doing the communication part. I'm okay with that responsibility. What I've been thinking about is that communications will have a GraphQL layer that the client can query, right? The inbox. But if I do it that way, that inbox then needs to join View anyway, because View has all the information. So do I need to even have communications for that piece, or does the notification become part of View? I kind of want to move push note because right now View does actually have the concept of push notifications, but I kind of want to move that part over here. But that means that I also have to do that, and that doesn't feel right. Communications getting more knowledge of the system doesn't feel right. And I'm doing this on stream, by the way, because this is the process I'm going through, right? I'm sharing the process, not just the coding. And that's why I say, if you have questions, if you don't follow along, but you want to follow along, please just ask, right? I will happily describe things in more detail or less detail as appropriate. So notifications is I care and how I want to be told. It's triggered by changes against an entity. And the reason how I want to be told matters because, again, granular control, the types of changes that come in will also determine, whether I notify. So that I think that's right. I think I'm solid on what notifications does from the incoming side. Where I'm having maybe doubt is the right word, is from that point on, I don't want to send a command. I don't want to do that. The view should be the view, right? So the view is the data that the system is going to deliver to the client, right? It's not the it's not the responsibility of the view, which is why I want to move the kind of right now there's a push notification component, a subscription in here. And I want to remove that subscription and put it over here. So the client is subscribed to this. But if I want to achieve that, then this has to do a notification that a planning item has changed on the inbox. How I want to implement this influences how I solve the problem. So I got to be careful that I don't just go with what's easy, that I actually solve the problem. However, what if communications inbox is literally the header, right? So the inbox for communications is basically, how do I write this out? It's basically a table. How do I do? Can I do view zoom in here? editor, default editing mode, display, properties, spell check, tab indent, convert, Vim. Yeah, Vim. That'll help me. Appearance, dark, default themes, manage interface font, manage text font. I don't care about that. I care about font size. There you go. Okay. There you go. That's better. So from this table's perspective, from the inbox perspective, we have it's notifications inbox per se. Yeah. We have item type. So that's planning item, ticket, etc. in the long term, right? We have an item type. User. See, this is where this gets challenging because the no, I got it. Okay. We need one more arrow. That is a dotted arrow. Yes. Communications can consume users. It can consume the topic for users. There's no harm in that. It only needs to consume user name and identifier. That gives me enough information for this part, for what I'm thinking. So item type, user, change by user. And we don't need much more than that. Oh yeah, we do. We need a few more things. Is red, is push notification. So you want to mark them as red. You want to also indicate whether they should be a push notification. So as a push notification, if that's flagged, then you would know that that was something that they pushed. Maybe we do have is acknowledged, so we know if they've acknowledged the push notification but not read the message. They've cleared the notification, but they've not read it. So we can still indicate a status. Just because you click on if you get a push notification and you just click the box to say, yeah, I'm good. Right. You've acknowledged the push notification, but you haven't read the message. In your inbox on the dashboard, that should still show as unread because you haven't actually read it. But we could indicate that you've acknowledged it in some way, shape, or form. So I think these are kind of stateful. Then what you do, if that's the outbox, so they updated. What do you do if you receive, and this is a general question, if you're actually paying attention to what I'm like discussing here. If I change item A, right? Let's say I go in here, not go in here. I go in here and I change this, and you've got a subscription for adding a dialog for adding requirements, right? You've got a notification in your inbox. I then come back or even a different user comes back and updates it. Now you've got two notifications in your inbox for the same thing. I think that you see I see that you see two messages. Or do you see one message with different users? The changes will be distinct. How do I publish changes? Publish changed. Planning item change event. Identifier is the identifier on which this is happening. So if I'm going to get changes, because this system will deal with the idea. So the challenge with this one is if I make a bunch of changes, maybe I need to modify. Oh wow, this is going to go crazy. So if the event is greater than the last updated, because what happens if I publish, if the system's disabled for whatever reason, if this piece is disabled for whatever reason, the events could stack up. So I might go in and change a few fields on an entity. You might go in and change a few fields on an entity. Those events publish. What this will do is basically say, okay, the last one in is the one that changed everything, which means the fact that you changed something is actually lost in this process, which is a risk. I'll come back around on that later, I think, because what I could do is say, okay, well, from the events that happened, store them until I stop getting events for this thing for a time period, and then break them up by user and publish. But that's why I'm building the system in this way, because I can see those weaknesses. I don't have to solve that problem because it's not an actual problem as for right now. Later on, how I publish changes should not impact everything else, because ultimately, how I figure out changes shouldn't impact everything else as long as I keep the APIs the same. Everything else should just work. So if I build this to say, basically, if I make a change and then you make a change and it creates two messages for a third user, they see two changes for the same entity. Yeah. Also, I need the bare minimum information here. So to do this properly, I also need the header information for every planning item. And that's why it's getting messy. Or that needs it at the very least. Oh no, I've already identified that. Yeah, I've already identified that need. Let's move that there. Let's move that there. Send to back. Can I turn off all fill? Why can I not turn? Can I not have an empty? Why can I not have? Oh, background. That's how you do it. Group selection. That works a little better. So yeah, this would actually have to subscribe to the entities to get the header information out of it. Okay. So I think we're on a path. Let's talk about how we do that. And I'm trying to get better. Hey, Hannah Spanner, how you doing? Thank you very much for the luck. Appreciate that. I'm trying to make sure that I start to write out more distinct stories, because it is very important that I not only track my own work, but start to use the tool, get ready to use the tools in a way that, I can grow. As a user, I wanted, so this gets challenging. As a user, I want to be able to see a list of recent changes for items I'm subscribed to. It's not just that, because there's many components. So, if the changes get subscribed, if the changes get consumed to the view can consume them. So we have a few pieces required for this to happen. I think we start with this piece, right? Because again, there's all sorts of work involved here. So this is why the planning items, because the planning item, this is the ultimate goal, but this isn't a story, right? This can't be a story because there's so much to do in the system to achieve this goal. As a user, I want to be able to see a list of recent changes for items I'm subscribed to. Is stunning, but it doesn't really describe things. And again, the list of work necessary to even get to this point is going to take me days. I'm pretty quick, but I don't think I can get this done in one stream as is. That's going to take its sweet time. So, this is done. Okay. I love how it's got start coding. You can actually pull it up. That's awesome. And to be clear, I don't believe that this is an ideal tool. I'm not using this in its most ideal form. I realize that there are lots of things. I could track sub work, I could track sub items, etc. So I can create, ultimately I can create an epic here, and I probably should create an epic in this respect. So as a user, I want to see a dashboard panel indicating changes on items I have subscribed to, right? The dashboard panel should be a list inbox like that indicates the name of the planning item changed, date, time of the change, and the user who affected. I think it's affected there. Affected the change. But again, that is massive. So that's planning items, that is notifications, that is UI, that is technical story, right? So let's add some sub items now, and each one of these is going to be its own ticket to work upon, right? So when a change occurs, the notification system should be checked to see if there is any user subscription for the planning item. And again, right now we're not going into the detail of what does a planning item, what is a notification subscription entail directly. We're just going to say, you said you want to see it, here you go, right? That's all we care about right this second. How you want to see it, etc. Those are going to come later. But there's no point making this more complicated because there's an awful lot of things. If there is, then the change occurs and nothing yet see through. notification should be produced. Right. Again, I've got to remember, I'm trying to write this as a product management item. A product manager is actually building this. This is what they want to happen. This is what they want to happen. And again, that in Jira, what happens is you build these things and they become stories, they become work, and they look bad. And that's what I'm trying to avoid with this piece. So when a change occurs, a notification should be produced. When I log in on the planning dashboard, I should see an inbox. When I click on a change, I should be presented with the details of what changed. When I read a change, it should no longer show as read. And we'll probably get around to this afterwards. Like from an inbox perspective, do you delete those notifications? Do you handle them? What do you do? Do they time out? Do they expire, etc.? So we're gonna have to do that. Okay, so now each one of these is gonna become its own issue. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to track this. Okay. So I'm going to leave this one in progress. The others I'm going to individually set to. Remember, I can do navigation. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna build upon this, right? So we're gonna start here. T94. Okay. I have to take a quick break. I'll be 5 minutes or so. So I'm just gonna put the BRB screen up. I will be right back, and then we'll start coding. So get water, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apologies for that. It's very important as you like when you're streaming. It's especially when you get into the coding part. It's very easy to just sit there for hours upon end and forget to move. And that is a problem I suffer from. So let's get to coding. So this is essentially an epic, right? I don't need to indicate that in any other way other than that. So realistically, this is what I'm assigned to me. Right? This is work that I'm going to do. So let's create branch T94. New branch feature T94 notifications, produce notifications, notifications on changes. This alone is not going to be a small piece, right? Because to do this, when a change occurs, a notification produced. Okay. So to do this, we need to consume the planning items and track the title and description, right? For right now, we're not going to go. There's all sorts of other paths. Like just thinking about this now, there's all sorts of other paths I could go down. There's all sorts of things I could dream up. I could make this infinitely more complicated, right? What if the review date changes? Well, what was the review date before? Like there's all sorts of information I could probably gather here. But right now, the title and description is all I need to track for this. And potentially the assigned user or whatever, but we'll start with title and description. So we need to consume the planning items and track the title and description, consume the changes. We need to publish a send. We need to send a add user inbox message command to service bus. Is it add? Do I care about how it's implemented? Notify user. Again, the terminology is making this confusing. It's talking about notifications, right? I'm talking about notification. I'm calling notify, and I'm not. It's a communication. This is a method, and maybe I'm mixing my verbs, and maybe I'm mixing my my words up here. That's making this confusing. Procrastination is great, right? um, send a well, the inbox is a concept. Send to user inbox command to service bus should contain planning item, user identifier. Again, I'm in that mix of there's no perfect solution here to what I'm trying to do. That's the problem. Because again, if I subscribe, like I don't know the user, so I'm going to publish this. The user is going to get figured out here. So to do this properly, I'm going to have to go there, right? So communications is never. Actually, that does make sense. I just got that arrow anyway. Yeah. If communications is the act of doing the data transfer, then the information shouldn't be contained in there. Just the things that need to be communicated should be contained in here. That does make those boundaries a little cleaner. It does mean that notifications need to subscribe to tenant management and planning, consume the changes, consume the planning items and track the title and description, consume the tenant users, and track the username, email. So I do get a little bit nice. That's useful. Okay, so I need to do these things. So let's go over to the code. We got a branch, got notifications. So, and again, I hope that as I go through this process, as I go through demonstrating this, what I'm indicating is that the story might seem simple. The story might seem very simple, but the overall complexity of the system. Now, you could argue I'm making the system more complicated than it needs to be. You could argue that I'm adding more layers in that really shouldn't be there. But I think the benefits outweigh the risks here, because what I'm building is a way of, and that's way too big, a way of breaking the system up, of keeping the system's responsibilities clear, understanding the logic, understanding the behavior, and being able to really change the system as is required by the growth of the system, right? So let's get here. So I need some consumers. We're going to add number of projects, 68. And this is going to be notifications, infrastructure, consumers. This isn't going to consume any service bus stuff. So like the communications has a service bus consumer. Now I'm looking at it, this actually might be this might get labeled back to consumers, because the consumers, this isn't really consuming any Kafka eventing in the system, right? So it's keeping this should only be told what to do, right? From relevant components. Yeah, so I think this actually might end up just being Kafka notification, service bus consumers all the time. But for right now, consumers means a thing in both the service bus and the Kafka world, so it does make it a little bit more confusing. So on consumers, this needs to be an actual program, console application. Need a program CS, and we need to add hosting, extensions.hosting. This is Microsoft's libraries for creating a service. Ultimately, these services will be deployed as actual components into Kubernetes. They'll be deployed as actual containers themselves. They'll all interact in that way. So this is a common pattern that I'm doing. I can remove that. I think we can get away with that. And then we do var app equals host dot. So I was just saying hello. So, I'm sure many of you are in there if you're looking in my stream, but Satellix went live a little while ago, and well, quite a while ago now, and is an excellent game dev streamer and a lot of fun stream to hang out in. Okay, so we need to add a few pieces here. So basically, I've got a few extensions. I need to make sure the configurations are there's a lot of setup to these things, and this is why, again, I feel that sometimes these things are, they seem very simple, but if you're adding components to a system, the beginning of the system is always the hardest part because you're not just building, you're just adding more code in there. So stories over time will get easier, but they will, if they need any infrastructure changes, if they need extra pieces, the stories aren't necessarily just as simple as putting a button on a screen. And that's where this gets challenging because, like, if we're trying to hold to the rules of like planning and stories, etc., it just becomes this challenge. I think that's kind of what I want to solve eventually. So this needs to. That's why I've been doing that. That's why. Okay. I'll put on this. Okay. So let's something just dawned on me in terms of the actual service configuration here. That's all. So I need to. This is going to be a consuming part of the system. I need to know about its. It needs to be registered with the service discovery host. So we add this in, right? And no, it doesn't. How does it get that? It doesn't start on a service endpoint. How the heck did I do that? That's interesting. Fright Night, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. How the heck did I do that? I bet that isn't registered. Maybe it is registered. It is, yeah. So this is an interesting one because the service bus consumers don't actually have an HTTP host, but I need this to register. So how does that work? Yeah, I don't think that's working the way I think it is. I'm Simple Person. I see .NET Stream. I follow. Well, welcome in. I'm not going to do that right this second. I'm not sure that's what I want to do. Have I done this anywhere else? So I am building as a quick introduction, I'm building a project management planning tool to allow me to track work, to allow me to notify people. It's a large system. I'm more than happy to talk about it. I'm happy to describe it. I'm happy to show diagrams and stuff. If you just want to hang out and see the code, you're more than happy. You're more than welcome to. This project is not open source, so it's not something you can necessarily just go and follow along with. There is a lot to it. It's a large application at this point, by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, so if you're interested, Friday night, if you have any questions, just ask. I don't think I'm being told when Twitch is running ads anymore. I haven't seen a notification in a while. But anyway, let's move forward with that. So with Kafka view, this is my best example of a view consumer. With Kafka, I need a few pieces, right? For consuming. The first piece is I need console. I use console to pull all my topics from. So I store them in a key value storing topics. I need to do Liquid Sky. This is notifications integration. Sorry, notifications consumers integration. Yeah, let's call it integration consumers. We're going to listen to the Kafka Bootstrap. Right now, I'm running localhost. This is all going to be ultimately this will be configured. So yeah, and I'm not going to produce any events right this second, right? So I don't need a producer in there. So that's all I need for that. So let's go and start to get Kafka laid out. Again, there's a lot of different things in here. So let's copy that part. I'd like to have an idea of design flow, whether it's monolith or microservice, what kind of DB using, etc. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so here's the general architecture so far. Our client is communicating through an API gateway. We have write APIs, so I'm really trying to hold to CQRS here quite heavily, probably a little bit too literally, but right now this flow feels very comfortable. So we have some write APIs. Each component of the system, each area of the system. So modular monolith. We have planning as a component. We have changes. We have attachments, etc. They're all components of the system. They're consuming the APIs are talking to them. When a thing changes, it publishes an integration event through Kafka. So Kafka is what I'm using for distributing data through the system. Our view. So that's wrong. That is actually wrong in that form. Move that out for a minute. Our view is a GraphQL API, and right now most of these integration events are consumed in through the view into its own data store, and then the API gateway has the GraphQL endpoints as well. So everything client side is going through the gateway. Our changes system is listening to Kafka and publishing back changes to Kafka. So I have topics set up for why are you not running? Yeah, you are running. So I have topics for planning items and topics for planning item changes. So if you see a topic like that, this is the entity itself, and then these are this is the change stream against the entity. So it'll tell us, these things changed. Notifications is what I'm actually focused on right now. I'm focused on building some consumers to receive the change events and also the data from the system. So it's going to consume some of the information it needs to make its decisions. So the notification system is going to need to consume things like the planning details, the planning item details, and the users. And the reason being that they will then the notification system will then be using service bus to go to communications. Right. And communications is the one that actually. Let's do that there. Let's do that there. Let's do that there. Communications will have its own GraphQL API. And this will also do push notifications. So I'll be able to, subscribe, pub subscribe to notifications from the GraphQL API on this side. So yeah, that is currently how it's working. So as far as database technology goes, I'm using SQL Server. I do have it built out as right now individual databases. So the individual components have their own data store. Notifications being the newest in there. And I'm using Redis for the pub sub. And MongoDB, the changes is using MongoDB because the schema is really flexible there, right? So when I'm calculating differences, and I don't think I started, and I did start Mongo. Yeah. So that's why. So this is currently storing the last event body and then feeds out a change stream. Awesome. I've been building something similar for a CRM. It's nice to have an overview. Nice. Yeah. Hey, Dota. How you doing? So yeah, I'm happy to talk about this. I'm happy to go into little details, etc. I've been building it for about 10 months. I'm also open if you see problems in the design, if you see things that I'm overlooking, like things I'm being naive about, I'm not perfect. I've been a developer for a long time. I'm developing the system the way that I feel this system benefits, and it feels right now everything feels good. Everything feels like I understand the concepts I'm working with. Everything feels like the data is flowing in the right direction, and the application development feels fluid in a not abrasive. And I think that's a good indicator that the system is behaving. That being said, I'm fully willing to learn and grow. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. So this diagram shows the data flow with the eventing. So the client is talking through HTTP into the API gateway. So we're at HTTP layer there. Then beyond that, most of it is Kafka producing events, and then our communications piece is communicated through end service bus. Oh, MassTransit, not end service bus. So MassTransit is being sent commands here. So communications is going to be the one relaying information. Yeah. So what we're doing right now, we don't need all that. We just need one of them. We're going to set up our consumers. Let's get configuration. And this is going to be Kafka configuration. Do I do this on the builder? View consumers. I haven't done the configuration changes there yet, have I? Planning. Creation. Is that a dog just like throw herself down at my feet? Builder. Yeah. So how are you Fright Night, if you don't mind me asking, how are you building out your system? Are you following a similar design? Have you found any challenges? Any pitfalls that you feel that are worth reflecting on? That one doesn't exist yet, so that's kind of useless. Builder.services, add Kafka, my extensions, using a console. Come on. Why won't you install? Oh, it's restoring packages. It's not actually finished yet. It's because my local is my widget is not up yet. That is why you are being difficult. And that's why I use that method. Can you get to the host context from the builder? No, you can do. From this one, you can do. Builder, a configuration, and then we need to remove them. And basic worker service. So builder. And then dot add Kafka. Did I call it add Kafka or did I call it use Kafka? Use Kafka. So that's an iHost builder. iHost builder isn't type of iHost application builder. Yeah, it's not an iHost builder. Is that right? Because if I do that, I lose configuration. Yeah, that's why I did it this way. Okay. So the thing you change there is you do this iService collection. We change this to a service collection based version. Change that to add Kafka, iService collection, do that, and then we do that's why. Services. And how do I do this elsewhere? I must have this somewhere else. The problem is that I'm using these extension method styles and I'm then doing them in different ways, right? So in here, I'm in a website, right? So this is all valid in a website because I actually have the host builder. This is a different type of application. When I'm using it as a service, there's way too many fruit flies in my apartment. Ugh. Have you done the whole put a cup of like sugar water out or something or vinegar? There's some fluids that attract them that don't bother you. So yeah, so that can't go there. This becomes services that add Kafka. Two flew in an old coffee the other day. Gotcha. Okay. Services. Let's return that. That's in this one, yeah. So again, yeah, I have different demands based upon different components of the system. So the view here, I haven't done the refactoring on this one yet. So I must have done on some of them though. Changes, configurations. I've only got Akka in that one. Attachments. No, there's none in there. So I might not have solved this problem yet. So right now we're going to do it as a service collection, but the problem is there is an add Kafka method, right? So I'm basically creating an extension to use an extension. Let's call it use Kafka just to avoid the like weird thing. And here we can do, I think, var service var configuration. I can't get no. Actually, let's do that a little differently. I want this host context. Host builder context. Do I have that context? What is our host builder? Go to implementation. Host builder context. Hosting abstractions. Context containing the common services on the I host. Host builder context class inherits from nothing. Okay. Context. Because I think then I can do context.configuration. Yeah. I'd prefer that than passing in I configuration, if I'm honest. Context dot. Yeah. Yeah. Because then with the context, I can actually do decisions based upon the provider, like the host, etc. So there's a little bit of a benefit there. So again, I'm going to use Kafka. So services.use Kafka, and that takes the host context. I think that's okay. I don't think that's necessarily bad. Again, we grow, we learn, we grow, we learn. Okay, we don't need message bus in this one. So we've got Kafka. We are going to need a database. We have that available. We can go and get that in a second. But I think other than that, we're okay. We need repository, so we're going to need database. So let's do database configuration. And I just completely mistyped that one. This is going to need a static class, and we're going to need to do public static iService collection. Yeah, that's not an extension method yet. So we're going to need entity framework at least. And SQL Server. YouTube has been very quiet recently, like no real interaction from YouTube. That's kind of concerning to some extent. Okay. So we can share the notifications DB context here. This is okay for us to configure. The application is going to use the same thing. No, we must have done this before. Host context, host builder context, context. That's context. Do that. We can do notifications infrastructure. We can copy that there. So this is allowing us to get the context, and this is when we get the repository. That's what allows us to do that. So we can make the factory give us the actual context. Add repositories and type of notifications repository. There's our there, and then we can go to our program here and say dot use database plus context. Again, just trying to clear up the thing, and I think I've got to consolidate some of these and learn. But I'm basically, as I bring each app up to date, I'm doing the configuration thing and creating the extension methods. So it's a bit messy than I really would like it. So we have the database, we have the event receivers, which means we have not only Kafka consumption in there. But with the receiver, we also get because we've added dispatching consumer. So dispatching consumer is part of the library. And And dispatching consumer will add mediator, I believe. Does it? Does mediator just get added by default here? Oh, no, 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 no. There we go. We're missing that part. That is a very important part. So again, I probably need to refactor a lot of these pieces because specification application. Yeah, that's obviously I'm flip-flopping between use and add. When you come to a web part, or actually anything when you build the application, normally in the API, in the web API side here, you end up with a builder, so the host builder, and then you end up with the app, and you do things on the app. So for the pipeline stuff, so first you configure the application, then you configure the pipeline in the website stuff. But it means that there's some phrases. Add is normally associated with the builder side. Use is normally associated with the pipeline side. So that will create a confusing API. However, I've already used add here, which gets more confusing because now this is on service collection. And if I use add there, that's on service collection. And yeah, right. Because if I name that add Kafka, right, it'll still work. But again, then I'm blending it. So add database. Let's go with it for now. It'll just create, if someone comes in to maintain this, it will become a confusing piece. Maybe I need to name that add Kafka configuration or configure Kafka. So I'll review that later, but ultimately that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make this component simpler, and so that you can just at a glance understand how it's working. So we're adding Kafka, but we're also in here, we're doing way more than just setting up Kafka, right? Let's create our first receiver. So we need to consume, and again, coming back to our document, we need to consume the planning items and track the title because we need that at any point. So we need a planning item receiver, right? And this is going to be an I event receiver of planning item. We get into a new world here. And I'm gonna proceed with the style that I've got it in so far, but it actually does beg a question. Planning item is a supporting value object. It's not necessarily a critical part of the notifications. If I put it in, I can put it in the same database. It's going to live there. But should I? For now, yes, because I want to make some progress on this project. If I can get these pieces working, especially today, if I can get these pieces working, it will really go towards demonstrating what I'm trying to achieve with this application, and it will help. So I'm really kind of hopeful that this will work. This entity itself doesn't need to be complicated, I don't think. So we're going to do the bare minimum, right? Public string title, public string description. Once I add that to say the configuration into the database, it's going to go where. Interesting. Let's go back and see if we have. Oh yes, we seem to have created some code here. And we have an event receiver, and we implement the event. Okay, there we go. That's tidier. The problem with that is not an event. That is not what we consume first. So I don't want to make that because I think I've just referenced something I don't want to reference. shared kernel is fine. That should not be that. I need an event. So this isn't planning item. This is planning item integration event, right? That's what I'm actually consuming here, because first I consume the event and then I do the thing with the event. So lesson learned. That's going to continue to be a slight confusion. We still do need planning item, without a doubt. So we need to go over to the database now. So we have some tables. Let's create a new planning items. So if you're not used to distributed computing, distributed systems at all, it might seem weird that I'm creating something that I have the information for in another part of the system anyway. Why not just join that database? Why not just query that database? So it's a little alien. What you got to remember is there's only one source of truth. Planning is its source of truth, right? So the only table that matters in the entire system for planning items is in the planning database. Every other table is transient, right? It doesn't matter. It can get replaced. It can get updated. It can get removed if it needs to be, right? There should be no dependent behavior. But like, if I create a table called planning items, this planning items table should contain the data that I need for planning items. I should not start stuffing behavior into that necessarily, right? It will make the system confusing. It's my opinion. That is not necessarily a hard fact, but I believe if you think about how the system works, that will actually carry through pretty often as being a statement. So we have title, no, identifier. So the way that we know that it's the same planning item is because it has a unique identifier. This is transmitted around the system. These internal IDs are local. This piece that I'm working on right now is going to highlight another challenge, and that is that I do not have any I don't have any transform pipeline set up for the data. So I bring a new system online. Let's say I bring up let's say it's been months. We've actually had the planning system out for a month. People have been creating data. What do we do? Because we need to populate this new system, but we don't want to all of a sudden tell everyone, hey, everything's new, by the way, you're awesome. So the changes system, changes doesn't have record of all these things if we brought it online. But if we did, all these changes happened, but notifications didn't exist. So notifications didn't consume anything. So it doesn't know anything about the system. But we need it to have the data because we have to treat it like it has seen the data before because we need that data in there. So what we do is we create a tool. That's what, again, this is something that I've never had any confirmation on, but having used Kafka for so long and having used these tools, I believe it's incorrect to publish events, right, artificially. Because what I could do is publish integration events against the entire core databases and force them to publish. I could take the integrations and create, and I've done this before in the past, by the way, so this is why I'm talking from experience here, create a tool that basically uses the integrators in two ways. One publishes us in two ways. One as actually part of the application, and two as part of an actual tool that runs and does the dump. The problem is then you just dump your entire data state into Kafka all at once and everything has to consume it. So you create massive load, you create a slowness, you create all the extra pieces that are necessary. You don't want to do that. So what I'm going to end up doing is creating a tool that I can build that gives me a mapping. And then I can just say, okay, by the way, you're going to pull. So maybe let me actually go into this part a little bit more deeply. So let's say I have, I need to pull in planning items. So I might say source planning. Um, how would I do this? Just finished rolling out 6 services with 0 downtime. So nice to have an info that just works, but we took great pains so it does just work. But yeah, I I think that is the part we don't see early on, right? We don't see the benefits to those things until you actually do them. That's cool. No, 0 downtime. Switch out new updates. Now, in the application, are you using any? I mean, 6 services. Are you using any like eventing service bus stuff? So, well, so ultimately, what I'm trying to do on this is I'm trying to say, okay, well, I need to pull from planning, um, table planning items, um, mapping destination, maybe. Although this would be a local file, so I'm not sure. Let's say this is notifications, and then the mapping would be, um, title goes to. I'm trying to represent uh, the individual mappings for the tables that I need. Yeah, we rely heavily on Azure Service Bus for inter-service communication and roll out with migration services to get new data in from out classic system. So I'd have been super surprised if it affected any front end. Gotcha. So that's new stuff, right? What you've just deployed is new stuff. It's new services to yeah. Because one of the challenges that I am I'm trying to figure out when and how I do it, but deprecation of or rather modification of existing events using Kafka schema and making sure services don't start up. So I've been adding the new data onto our existing migration service. Yeah, because obviously if you change the path, if you change um, the message, if you change anything about it, then okay, well I got one dog behind me right now. Yeah, there's all sorts of challenges. So yeah. Um, but I'm not going to go down this path. But ultimately, what I'm thinking is I need to create some sort of transformation pipeline to basically say, okay, I'm going to pull from these tables in this database, and it's going to map to these tables, and then I can just create a tool that understands how to read this, and then run the transformation, um, and make sure the database is up to date. I could also use that same tool to, if there is some sort of discrepancy where a message failed or whatever, I could use the same tool to refresh the data after a failure or after an update, say, and make sure that the data is now back in sync without creating all the integration events that it could create. So that's kind of where I want to head with that piece. So we have a planning item receiver. I hear that. The records are a double-edged sword in .NET. We had a bug where a message was updated and the record required it in the message. Yeah, yeah, it's one of those. It's a challenge of having that data disconnected as well. And I hit the problem the other day. Actually, I've already hit this problem. I introduced an optional field. Now, it shouldn't have necessarily been optional, but I introduced it as optional so it didn't break the rest of the system that I wasn't wanting to touch. And it JSON did not like serializing and deserializing that, so it broke. So all services could not get them consumed, but either just mark it nullable, handle it in the queue. Opposite problem, same solution, right? Yeah, is challenging. So yeah. We need to go over here. We need a title. That should not be an integer. Car. This is one thing I always question, like, go to the protobuf and mark it all as optional. Planning items. I need this to be 255. Description is max. That's a common. I normally do that. If it's a field that I want to store probably a little bit of text in, but I don't want to store too much, 255 is my go-to. I don't know whether there's actually a other than aligning on the number. I don't think it's yeah. Title can't be null. Description could potentially be null. No, not null. And again, I don't care who added this. I don't care when it was added. I just care that it's there. So I'm not going to need extra tracking fields here, right? It's nice to have a DLQ. Just throw the message back in the queue and like it never happened. DLQ is so underrated. We used Service Bus for a while on our DQLs. It's 80,000 messages. Ouch. Yeah. So again, with Kafka, I don't have the option. Any consumer that doesn't know how to consume the message is going to crash in a big heap until I update it to understand. But then the messages could get lost, and what I'm looking to do is use Kafka schema, and that way I can produce versions of the message. So when I change the schema, I've got to learn how to use Kafka schema. It's always confused me. I've not get my head around it properly. But ultimately, I think the idea is that what I would do is I could release the system. The services that have not been updated would finish consuming what they have, and then I would turn the new service version on, and it would then continue. But if it received any events in the meantime from the new service, it wouldn't harm it because it wouldn't process them. It wouldn't fail them. Put a 1 second retention on the DLQ, and the DLQ will always be happy. Yeah. We have too many alerts. Our synthetic alert simulating front-end processes and our DLQ over 1. Yeah, something goes to the DLQ, you've lost information. So, yeah. These are the challenges. Okay. I kind of want to add an index on identifier here because this is going to be looked up very often. Again, that's another advantage of doing it this way, right? I can actually modify this table. I can prepare this table specifically for the purpose it's intended, which is to provide that information for alerting. I don't need to store any other information. I don't need to store detailed information about the planning item because it's not my concern. I'm just going to publish information. So yes, that is a benefit. So yeah, we don't delete files. Planning item. That's cool. We have to keep tabs on IDL queue. Its storage also fills the main queue. Now that would be some really lost data. We rewrote the integration, so now we have alarms in place, but not using service bus anymore. Do you feel, well, what did you replace service bus with? If you can answer that. And how does it solve the same problems that you were solving with service bus? I suppose is the question. Okay, so we have table, for planning items. We now need to add planning items into our context in the notifications piece. Notifications infrastructure context. Let's do planning items. Public DB set. Planning item. Planning items set. Planning item. So we have a subscription, we have a planning item, and then basically this planning item receiver, planning item subscription, assuming supporting data. Our issue with Service Bus was that it was hard to understand for us how to have multi-tenant as well as different topic, wrong word, single tenant or whatever. We want a topic per type and tenant. Gotcha. So, I mean, Kafka kind of, for me, so right now this is, Liquid's guided planning items. So I have per type, I suppose. And tenant identifier is attached to the message. I can actually create other streams that flow that data out and split that data on tenants. So I could actually then take the same core data and create streams that create per tenant versions of that. Also, the parallelism of the system made everything too complicated to debug. That is a definite downside. I have been considering what does it mean to have kind of correlating identifiers, or do we have, if I can get open telemetry in here, can I do some sort of system tracing? We hide all our integrations with Dapper and has the ability to filter messages, which is pretty nice to help split messages between services. So now our integration start per tenant and query for changes and execute sequentially. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, parallels because we have many tenants. Yeah. Yeah. And this sort of system would suffer that, right? And, I could easily develop this as a monolith, right? I could easily go off and build this as one application. But I feel that the sorts of things I'm doing, the sorts of reactive behaviors I want in the system are, sorry, just checking on doc. It benefits very much from having this distributed nature. And I can extend the system. So having New Relic really helps us with debugging. Yeah. And I'm not going to know what challenge is going to appear until I finally turn on that button that says, hey, some people can come in and help if they want to and have out the system. Still figuring out how I'm going to offer that once I get the Kubernetes thing figured out. So I'm thinking I want to look into Pulumi. I want to get a local Kubernetes cluster configured. Probably have probably actually make a cluster as well out of a few machines. Pardon me. And do some learning. We're also very concerned over creating duplicates in the external systems. So we were concerned over automatic retries. I'm sure an expert on service bus similar could make it work, but we moved away. And that's a wise choice. If you got like right now, if I was building this application, right, there's things I do know, there's things I don't know, there's lessons I haven't learned yet. If I was building this as part of a company, there's no way I would get away with doing this, right? Because I've spent 10 months building something that could have been built in 3, following the more traditional style. Item potency is a hard challenge. Data integrity is a hard challenge. Yeah, that's not acceptable. Yeah, losing data and creating duplicates is not good. Definitely not good. So, you know, there, so don't keep finding all these freaking stickers. Almost none of the systems you integrate with support idempotency. Yeah, that's a challenge, right? Because and so one key aspect of this is the notifications piece. I don't actually need to consume. I need to consume the pieces of the data that I actually care about. I don't need to consume the. I don't need data integrity on this part. I just need the data. In the view, I actually need data integrity. So if I get a message out of sync with another message and I have dependent data there, I need to kind of stub that data out. And that's where I need things like semaphores to make sure that I'm locking the table, locking the object to make sure that I don't come in with the same two demands to create the same object and collide in that respect. So everything that needs to get that, everything that needs that object has to then use that same method to gather that. So I have this acquire pattern where I'm saying, okay, yeah, not distributed, but in the view infrastructure. So when I'm building in the view, if I get a planning item to update, right, I need the user and the tenant. Now, this message could have arrived before the user event happened or before those queues, those topics might not be processing. There might be, because ultimately these consumers, by the way, are scalable. So I can have 10 instances of these running in each one. Ultimately, in the final design, each one of these can be set to be its own receiver running a copy of this. So that from a development perspective, I can develop and use everything. But when I distribute the application, I can actually set up, oh, you're going to be the attachments receiver, you're going to be the planning item receiver, you're going to be the project receiver, and I can distribute multiple copies of this service with one or many of these individual components running. So if the service that's actually consuming tenant isn't running at that point, so it failed for whatever reason, or it's not been updated yet, then the tenant might not exist when I get the planning item. It's an odd order of things, but it can happen. So I have this acquire tenant, and when in the acquire now, actually acquire is following a very I read it and I'm gonna, yeah. So I have some serious attention issues. So now when I acquire this, I have a semaphore on the actual handle because that is async await safe, right? Locks don't work here because I'm doing async. So this will block if another one comes into here. This semaphore's static on the class, so it will, and I'm not allowing more than one through. So I can't. I'm not rate limiting it. That's all. I'm just saying you can only have one. And then I create it and return it. So the next one that comes in is going to say, oh, you already exist here, return the ID. So I'm making sure I have data integrity through that. They all follow the exact same pattern, so I'm going to have to refactor that to be exact. But if the service is distributed across multiple servers, then the semaphore won't protect. Correct. Not right now. Yeah. Right now it's built for one instance. Scalability of that is, again, I said, like in the final design, this is more scalable. But right now, no distributed semaphore. Yeah. That is a challenge. But because they're processing very little, I would imagine that is a problem I can defer for quite a while. And I can focus on that with the right amount of energy. Because I can the challenge with that one is I can try and make up that scenario, but I can't effectively test it, and I'll spend months trying. So yeah, there are some techniques. You can use Dapper to do a distributed lock. I have one in our platform. Too scared to use it more. Well, maybe I'll be coming to you and having a look and seeing how you would solve that problem. Almost all our load in our system is in the SQL Server, very little in the SPNI. Yeah. So I don't, again, because of the nature of the system, I actually think that a lot of Vue is probably the biggest risk of the entire system because it's one where it's going to consume multiple things. It's going to receive all the data, and it's going to display most of the application data. The other pieces of the system, because they're so broken up, would actually probably be running pretty lightweight. Notifications, maybe, but yeah. And it's funny you mentioned that, because that is a problem that I have considered before. For right now, it works for the development aspect, but I had actually kind of put that to the back of my mind. I'd have seen it eventually when I went to distribute, but I'm not even in a position where I can distribute it in the way I want, right? Because I've actually got some more work on this again to say, okay, well, now I'm going to distribute this, because these receivers are very configurable. But they're right now, everything runs as part of one service. So yeah. Okay. Not me. No. Come on. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let pop out. Okay. Let's, um, so you're talking like dependencies, for example, to create a project, you would need the user created first. Yeah. So the problem is that when you get to something like the view, you can't um oh, appreciate the shout out from Sethlix. You can't um you can't just hold on to the messages until the data becomes available. It's just inefficient. You have to consume the message and capture the data. The problem is, if the data, the supporting data you need isn't actually available yet, so something like the user or the tenant or other information, you still have their public identifiers. They still exist somewhere in the system. They're just not consumed yet. So yeah, you need to stub out that data and create a dummy object with defaults, so that this is always intact. So it does become a challenge to make sure you've got the data integrity. What happens if you consume the message but the server crashed before you had a chance to process it? Well, then the message wouldn't be consumed and it would be marked as unread. And again, like that's what I'm saying. Like things like ETL tools, or whatever I want to refer to them as, right? If a system for some reason is out of sync, I want to be able to resynchronize it. Essentially the view, I could actually wipe out the database and rebuild from the entire state of the existing system, because every single component has its own sources of truth, right? So tenant management, it owns the tenant information, it owns the user. This is the only place that this can be true, 100% true. So the API is here, and that's why I don't put extra behavior in here, because their only goal is to essentially save that data. Maybe there's some domain rules, maybe there's some extra pieces, but they just save the data. So the planning owns the planning items. The tenant management owns the tenant management. Tickets would own tickets, etc. So those systems would own their own data. Everything else can be created. Yeah. So that's why these are very much get to the database as quick as possible, store the data. They don't return to the client unless they've stored successfully. So if that fails, then that path fails. That would trigger an event. Hi, what name of this draw app? So this is Excalidraw embedded inside of Obsidian. So I can have notes and drawings all in the same. So yeah. Welcome in, BZB. So yeah, that's why. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So that's why, and again, these are focused on speed. That's why they're all like HTTP requests coming from the client. They store the data. They produce integration events. Everything else in the system, with very little exception, is actually totally recreatable, right? If notifications goes away, you might want to back up core tables in notifications, but you might not actually want to make notifications backup a major component, because you could actually reestablish it. So what I'm saying is, for notifications, entity subscriptions is the thing that matters. I'm newbie here. What are you working on? So I am working on a agile project management platform, a planning tool, work tracking, ticketing, all everything. I'm trying to build an application based around that. If you're a software developer, and you've worked, then you've likely used things like Jira. So this is using Angular, and this is using PrimeNG for the controls. I'm a web developer. Okay, it's Twitch, you know. So I've used a lot of Jira in my experience, in my career, for the past 10 plus years, and there's things in it that I think we get stuck on. So this application is built to address some of those challenges that I think we face. Because at the end of the day, as a developer, I want to be able to get onto development. I do not want to care about, oh, that manager needs to know about that work. This person needs to know about that work. Oh, I'm tracking 3 different things at once. I want to focus on the thing I need to work on now. So that's what I'm building. I'm trying to build the application to be the reporting tool that management needs to get away from the developer. So things like review dates, things like alerts and notifications. And I'm focused right now on that alerts and notifications piece. So yeah. So ultimately, these components, these tenant management planning, these are the core of the system. Everything over here is very, it's not necessarily not critical, but communications isn't going to store a lot of data other than a message of inbox messages. So the backup of this would be very minimal. It doesn't need to back up everything. Changes, even changes doesn't need that much data backed up. Is it like a pet project? Yes, it is a pet project. It is one that I am building with the eventual goal of it would be nice to turn it into a real product. But I'm not taking the approach of I want to make it a product tomorrow. I'm taking the approach of I want to build it the way I want to build it. the way I feel it will benefit from, and then see if I can turn it into a product. As a solo dev, there is an awful lot involved in doing that as a stack. C# is back in. Yes, there's a yeah, C#. I'm a .NET developer. I've been a .NET developer for about 20 years. Yeah, 20 years more. And I am really comfortable there. So yeah. So what we're working on right now is actually receiving these events. So we need to do planning item. What is this? Integrator. Integrate planning item. Let's go with update planning item. So this is going to be a command, public record, command GUID identifier, string title, string description. We don't need that much, right? Because again, we've identified for planning, and just finishing up what I was saying for Phil Shamble. So some of these things don't actually need that much data restored. So notifications, only entity subscriptions is a key component of notifications, right? Because it's data that notifications owns. Planning items here, if you think about it, ultimately this could be reconstituted. If you have to bring the system back up from scratch, if it gets corrupted, etc., you could just say, okay, well, and that's why again I'll be spending some time working on those pipeline tools eventually. Probably I should do that pretty soon so I can prototype and demonstrate that concept. But I could then run commands and say, okay, well, here's the database you're going to read it from. Here's the transform you're going to make. Pull this data and then consume all the data into there, so that if this was wiped out, the worst that happens is I'll lose entity subscriptions, but I can get the system back online running pretty quickly. There's a few more components around here that this owns, but this is the only owned object of notifications right now. Notification outbox, that's a supporting table. Planning items, that's data to support notifications. So I can rebuild that because there's only one source of truth. I command results. So in general, busy. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions of what I'm doing, the stream is an open stream for if you want to try backseating, I'm open to backseating. If you want to ask questions, then yeah, that's the way it works. Do you add PWA support to your app? Right now, I haven't really considered the front end very much. It's not my strong suit. I do know that the application doesn't necessarily need to be super mobile friendly at this point. There's no use case right this second that I would want to have any of the workflows work in mobile. What I'm trying to build is a functional UI that is demonstrating the concepts, is working for the pieces, and I can then focus on specifically at that point. So whether I build a mobile app, whether I do the PWA support, is a challenge later on. But right now, the use cases that I'm kind of foreseeing here doesn't really lend itself well to that. No, I get that. I get that it's a standalone app thing. But again, things like that, I'm not sure most users don't know what that actually entails. It's rarely used on the desktop. As a client side, on the mobile side, it's probably the most useful, because it just gets rid of that frame. But again, my mobile, and that's why I think of PWA from the mobile perspective, is because it's not something that's very useful on the desktop. It's more useful on the client, on the mobile side, and I don't think this happened. I'm interested in notification realization. On how I am achieving those things or how I build that out. So right now, yes, WebSockets will be it, because what the way this is going to work, and I'll go back to the diagram. I've got a few diagrams that explain the overall structure of the application so far, and these are becoming my go-tos for. I like pictures. I can work well with pictures. So the way this is working right now, notifications publishes to communications. Communications is going to have a GraphQL piece here, like right there. It's going to have a GraphQL API. That's going to use GraphQL subscriptions for the client, so the client can subscribe to that notifications channel on the GraphQL API, and then it can be push notifications down to the client. So there is a WebSocket there, and there is existing structure in there for that in the client side, to support that need. So I actually have tested the whole, what happens if I do a notification? Does it push? And it does. And so I can do notifications that way. I kind of consider that part a nice to have later down the line, right? That's not having the technologies available to me. Refining that use case is something that I'm going to get to once I get to actual Git user testing on this, right? So the goal over the next couple of weeks is to get these notifications working and flowing. At that point, I can actually start to worry about deploying this application, because then I can use the application to build the application. Didn't work with WebSockets before. So with GraphQL, I mean, you could use SignalR. SignalR is a very good platform for that. With GraphQL, it actually hasn't been difficult. So basically, in the view side of things, I have consumers here. So this is a service bus consumer. So what happens is when I consume data in here, I actually do have in my planning item here, my update, I actually do publish an event to say the planning item was updated, right? So any subscriber to the service bus would now know that the planning item was updated. It's probably not a great place to do that, but I'm using the service bus to communicate into service. I may change the way that ultimately works, right? But ultimately, right now, I'm using it to verify that it did. I could actually do notifications. So this publishes an event and this consumes it, right? And what this does is it says, hey, topic event sender. So topic event sender is hot chocolate. So I'm using hot chocolate for GraphQL. They have the subscription part built in, and I say, hey, send this notification. So notification received. On the client, I basically have shared services. No, not that. Where are you? Not that one. I have this. Where do I have this? Where do I have this? Where do I have the stores? Notification store. I actually do have a subscription, and then in GraphQL, you just subscribe to that, right? Now, there's some extra pieces. There's some pieces around GraphQL where you have to say, okay, well, now, by the way, I want WebSockets. And because my WebSockets is secured, I had to add in a layer to do authorization on the WebSocket, which created an issue, but it's working. So my WebSocket is actually aware of which user is on. So on the client, on the server side, it knows which user is there. And now that's an authenticated WebSocket link. So on this side, when I'm setting up subscription, I can actually subscribe to notifications. I know who you are. I can actually now determine, oh, this message was intended to you. Yes. Yeah. A JWT. and then I can push down to you. So these are authenticated. This is an authenticated subscription. So you can't just listen to my WebSockets and get hold of it. But yeah, that's how that's working. So I'm going to break this part. This part's going to get broken out eventually. That's going to become part of communications. So my communications piece is going to do that. And that way within the application, I can tell it, hey, by the way, you need to do a thing, right? Um, so, but I did the service bus thing here because the consumer is not the same as the view, even though they're in the same world. I could probably use a different technology there, and I probably should. That seems more like a RPC call versus rather than either that or I put the consumers in the GraphQL component. So yeah, which is an option. I could actually have the consumer in there. I'm not so into backend. Sounds like something complicated. This is all very complicated. I mean, I could definitely choose an easier path here. Um, but again, I'm building the system I want to build, not the system that I, you know, I get to learn a lot along the way. So let's go back to our notifications, our receiver. So what we're going to do here, I can read PHP code, but no more. Yeah, well, um, you know, are you just you like just on the client side? You do more front end dev than anything else? If you're interested in catching up on this project, if you're interested in looking back through stuff, I do have, I mean, we're on day 111. All my videos are uploaded to YouTube. I stream to YouTube at the same time, actually in higher quality. Um, so I'm on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and all the videos are available after the stream. There, view three, nice. Yeah, I'm front end is not my strength. Um, it is something I get by on, and I think I do an okay job. It's not something I would say I'm an expert and I know how to build perfectly. I stumble through a lot of this stuff. I kind of learn practices as I grow. Um, the the overall architecture is the client talks through the gateway, so there's many APIs. There's at least there's right now one GraphQL API, but there will be multiple GraphQL APIs attached to this soon. So the right now the WebSocket and GraphQL come through here. Now I tried to launch a mobile app by Kafka. I have been there before. I haven't done any mobile app in a few years, mobile app dev in a few years. It works. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to create a command there. We're going to create a handler. That's going to need an I repository of. And I'm going to move through this at a relatively quick pace right this second. I don't want to keep backing up onto things. I'm going to stub this out, then I'm going to write the unit test for it. So a little bit not TDD, but I know the basics of what I need. So I'm going to need a planning item repository. This is going to be an I command handler of command result, right? We're going to do that. Implement this in there. There we go. It blocked that message because you use the word moron. My stream is generally a nice language stream. Moron, I get the usage there. I know it can be offensive to people, but I don't think in that case I'm going to take that as offensive. But Apple is kind of a bad company because you need to buy Mac to compile app. Mac, Apple has an ecosystem. They protect their ecosystem. They make a lot of money. You have to also have you not only do you have to buy a Mac, but you have to have a developer license for the Mac. So you need $100 a year subscription to Apple to be able to even do that. Because if you want to deploy to the App Store, you need a developer license, which is, I believe, last time I looked, $100. I don't think they've changed it since they actually launched it. Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult to deploy to Apple than it is to deploy to Android. Okay, so we're going to do return result dot success value task from result. Okay, so let's get some tests around this. Concerning updating planning item. When planning item does not exist. Fact, planning item is created. I think we can create our global usings at this point. We can do global using X unit. That gets rid of that. How do you write docs to your app requests, etc.? Docs is in documenting them things, as in API docs, etc. Yeah. I don't. So in terms of documentation, I'm building this system. I'm evolving this system. Any attempt to document this system at this point, being that I am the solo developer, any attempt to document the system at this point would be basically just adding more work for myself as I move along. Ultimately, the goal would be to have these. So the APIs are broken down into endpoints. So I don't actually have one class file that has all the things in there. Ultimately, there will be documents around these things. The problem is that doesn't work very well. So that would actually have to be around there. So I'm going to have to look into how to integrate things like Brain, Swagger properly into API endpoints. To me, it's not a critical thing. It is important. However, most of this application follows a very simple pattern, right? There is a very clear structure to the entire application. And again, nothing is public. So there is no public API. So therefore, if you're a developer on this system, then you are going to be understanding. So ultimately, each one of these could be supported by a development group, right? Each one of these is independently deployable, and each one of these is testable alone outside of their application. Yes, there might be some dependent data, but you can actually mock that data. You can prepare that data. You can do all sorts with it. So you can actually become independent here. So if you see in the structure, right, we have attachments. Attachments has a project called attachments. That's the API. Changes has no API. Communications has no API. Planning has an API, right? And in here, there is endpoints. And in here, there's attachments, planning items, and requirements. These are things that this tool does. So the system is actually following a pretty simple design. It follows a very clear pattern. So there's not that much documentation required from a development perspective because you can actually follow along really quickly. And I really want to put that to the test in the near future. I want to kind of maybe bring someone to join me and do some development and see how quick I can kind of walk them through the system from a development perspective, because I think it would be kind of fun and interesting. So yeah, the application follows a pretty clear structure. So the planning is always the in this case, this is always the API. The application is where the root of the behaviors start. So when we get into planning items, add planning item, it's pretty obvious what add planning item should do. It does exactly what it says on the tin. And there's things that happen in response to that that are also then understood because they are subscribers. These are the events that happen in the system, right? So there's a structure to the code, there's a style to the code, and publish integration. It's named after what it's going to do, right? It's going to publish an integration based upon an item being created, based upon an item being updated, and both of these, yeah. I tried to send a view component to ChatGPT and it worked pretty well on describing logic. So here's an interesting thing, right? There's actually a key command, right? So let's look at this one. What's the command? There's a keyboard command to document. Have chat GPT comment my code. There's actually a keyboard shortcut for doing it. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. You can actually say just document this code. Rider chat GitHub Copilot comment shortcut. Let's go look. Now I'm interested to do it because I'll point out why it's useless, or why it's useless for me. Tools, GitHub Copilot. Edit keyboard shortcuts. Thought there was a way of doing it. GitHub Copilot. Show completions. There's a way of making it do the just it's like a keyboard shortcut. Let's do it this way. I'll demonstrate. Can you comment current? Can you document current file? Okay, watch this. So I'm going to paste this in. I'm going to replace the code that's there. I'm going to undo it afterwards because I don't believe this much noise is useful. But I'll demonstrate why the code is not benefiting from this. And if I'm wrong, I'll keep them in there. Command and handler for adding a new planning item. Right? It's called add planning item. The identifier of the tenant is called tenant identifier. I get what you're saying in terms of documentation, but this is commenting and documenting are very like just putting code into GPT is one aspect, but describing logic, if you actually look, it doesn't try to do this. It doesn't try to add comments, etc. Handles but these comments are not adding value. They're adding noise to the code. Handles the command to add a new planning item. Well, if you understand how the system should work, right, you actually understand what this is doing without any context. You don't need the context of some comments to tell you what's happening. This isn't necessarily useful. The command contains the details of the planning item to add, but the command is right here, and each one of these is of the planning item, of the planning item, this is the only thing that could be confusing is source user identifier. But yeah. So there's no value in those sorts of comments in the code or that sort of documentation. So from a development perspective, that doesn't move the application forward. Ultimately, working in the software and following the patterns and practices is going to help. From the documentation perspective of the application, I am starting to build things like here's the data flows, and they're the things that matter the most, right? Here's how data gets around the system. You know, when I'm talking about standards, here's how you're going to perform. You know, how storage should be constructed. You know, these are things that are going to matter to the system overall. Flight Nick, welcome in. How are you doing? So yeah, I mean, what is a label? Simply enough. I'm not sure what I'm not sure. Not sure I follow. Did you see something there? Let's go to notifications. Let's go here. C# file. Uh, sure. I started using EF after a simple question of why Dapper, and it's been pretty fun to work with. Hope everybody's going well too. Nice. Nice. Yep. Project's going pretty well right now. Building out notifications right this second. Trying to get things moving along. Green bubble around declaring class. Oh, simple. Sorry. Yes. Okay. So what this means, this is I use two tools. The first is cyclomatic complexity. So cyclomatic complexity is a measure of the general complexity of your code based upon the number of possible branches through your code, right? So the more branches you have, the more ifs or whatever you have, the more complicated that code becomes because there's more paths through it, which means you have to test more things. The second one is cognitive complexity. That's this little diamond here. And this is a measure of how difficult the actual code is to comprehend based upon a few other metrics. So the two of them combined kind of give me an indicator, is something difficult to actually work in, right? So I try and keep this simple enough and I try and keep this kind of empty. And these are two tools. They're both plugins installed. So we have the first one is cyclomatic complexity. This is a JetBrains plugin, and again, it kind of highlight. You can change the threshold, but you can it will highlight to you what it considers code that is a bit more difficult than it should be. And then cognitive complexity is by Matthias Koch, and yeah, and this cognitive complexity algorithm to determine how understandable is your code. So not only how difficult is it, but how understandable is it? And there's other measures that go into that. So if those two are both in good shape, everything's great. So I try and focus on that. The biggest component I have worked on recently that has suffered is changes, I think. Yeah. So the changes application piece was a little bit of a challenge. So we have this change discovery piece, right? So difference, no, here. This was very difficult to break down because, again, multiple methods. So these are a little bit more difficult to understand because there's lots of different paths through the code. This actually does take the objects and say, okay, how many fields that changed? And then that ultimately ends in producing this topic, and you can get the changes. So yeah. but that was the most complicated piece. But again, breaking it down into smaller components, breaking the code down into readable components, making sure your methods are named well, it all goes towards creating a more maintainable and cleaner code base. Okay, so a planning item is created. So our subject here is our repository. No, planning item is our repository. Know how to code, honest. Update planning item. Yep, dot handler is our subject. This is going to be arrange act. Reference shared tests. I can do that. These are going to be common. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, we need end substitute. No, we've got end substitute. What are you doing? Substitute for planning item. So I'm just going to write some tests around this code. These are definitely worth having all the time. I need to do a pass of the things I'm missing. I have a CPU coming in today. Nice. Just the CPU. And is the cry face because it's just the CPU, or is the cry face because you needed this and mobile and RAM? Nice. You bit the bullet and bought some stuff. What'd you get? Don't tell me an I anything. Ryzen 9. Nice. So at least you went like full on. Okay. So what I want to assert here is that repository dot received dot add async arg dot is planning item x goes to x dot identifier equals planning item identifier. Yeah, that works. And then we need private read only. Make sure that that's just to make sure it doesn't get changed in the test very easily. Yeah, figured it should last me all. Yeah, it will do. Now, is that a 7900X or a 7950 or? Nice. Yeah, it'll last you a while. So I'm developing on a 5800X here. So you have plenty of power. And your graphics card's already. Okay. Now the identifier private, read only, string, title, description equals description. Again, when you're doing unit testing, right, you don't want to be doing silly data. You want to be doing something that is very obvious what it is if you just see the data out of context of the fields you're talking about. So if you see something at a glance, you know what it is. If you start putting realistic data in there, or like, oh, do this on this item, etc., then you could actually blur the lines. And if you consider unit testing as part of the documentation, coming around the busy questions earlier about docs, unit testing actually does become a useful part of your documentation, because then later on, if someone says, oh, how does this work? If you can look at that code and read the unit test and say, oh, well, when this happens, these things occur, or we do these changes because you can trust the data. So you keep your unit testing data to simple, clear data that describes what it is, or if you're doing numbers that they don't collide in any way. So if you've got two IDs, they don't want to be both ID 10,001 because then at a glance, you're not going to know one from the other. So you need to make sure that the IDs are separated. If they're completely different concepts, I normally separate them by thousands or hundreds. If they're close, like they're related data, then I kind of number them in the single digits. Right, yeah, and I got two 32 gig DDR5 sticks, so I won't be downgrading any capacity. But you're running, uh, yeah, you want to make sure that's in there because you've got a 3080, right? No, 3070 or 3080. You've got a good graphics card, so and they're not exactly sipping power. So if you put a higher CPU, you've got a 7700X, a 7700K, which actually probably isn't CPU bench. So you've got a 7700K. Come on, bench. Add to comparison, and you're getting a 7900X. Seems so counterintuitive. Compare. It's a 95 watt part. You're considerably higher power. So yeah, you want to check that. Yeah, it's going to be a 5 times increase in processing. I mean, I know that's not a perfect figure, but like 5 times increase, 3 times the number of cores, significantly higher clock speed. You will notice a difference, that's for certain. But yeah, it's a much higher power part, so it's almost double the power requirement. So if you're even close right now, yeah. Do you have a local server? I do not right now. I'm developing everything on one machine here. I have all the services running. I have Docker running with all the extra servers, etc. I'm a big fan of using Docker for development. I think it is a useful tool that is, yeah. I am going to build a Kubernetes cluster soon to be able to demonstrate this application to people and allow people to log in. How to use Docker. So I have Docker Desktop installed. If you're in an organization, can't just use it. But what I have is I have a bunch of scripts that I use to configure these. So I actually check these in ultimately. And then I can just basically check out the set and then run all the services I need to support it. So console I need to run all the time. Kafka I pretty much need to run if I want communications, but if I want just database stuff, I can just run the SQL Server components. So everything's virtualized. So I don't have any SQL Server running on this machine. I don't have any MySQL running. If I want to use different database technologies, I can just switch them on and off as I need. It's a very effective way of developing. So yeah, if you're not using Docker for development, I would highly recommend it. And there is Podman as well. Podman does what Docker Desktop does. Not as well from my experience so far, but it does work. But yeah, so if you're like developing a site and you use MySQL or you use SQL Server, etc., and you can install Docker. Obviously, you need a machine that can support virtualization. Most do. So, but if you're on an older CPU, then it's a little bit harder. And in this machine, I've got a 5800X with 128 gig of memory. So I've got plenty of space to play with. Okay, so what I'm validating here is that the identifier and the title and the description are matched. And it might seem dumb, but if someone comes in and changes that code, this unit test will fail, right? Yeah, it can take up a little bit more, but yeah. Depends on the power of the laptop though, and depends on what you're doing with it, right? If you're already running a MySQL server or whatever on your machine, then it's not going to take that much more to run Docker, and then you've got the ability to turn it off when you're not using it. So you gain some abilities there. So I don't start the services. I mean, I start Docker on this machine when it starts up. No, actually, I don't. I have it so I can just turn it off. Yeah, WebStorm is what the I will say that the editors are the the whole having um like virtual machines taking up 8.7 gig. DuckDuckGo is taking up 4.4 gig. That's because I got like 30 tabs open and they're all doing stuff. Like I've got Twitch up and I've got two other streams up and YouTube all at the same time. So I'm kind of watching the stream. Um, but then Rider and WebStorm between them are taking up 7 gig of memory, right? So, and I know that I could do the Angular development inside of Rider, but what I learned early on was that the Angular stuff doesn't quite work 100% perfectly inside of Rider. WebStorm, it's way cleaner, and also I can run it differently. So yeah, but anyway, let's get on with this. So, um, subject handle new update planning item command. This is going to take the tenant. It's going to take the identifier, planning item identifier, the title and description. Do I trust the GUID? I think I have to. I think I have to do this. I think it's just smart to do this now. It's highly unlikely to collide. Hello, dog. Okay. It's highly unlikely to collide, but not impossible. So let's go back here. Let's go to our scripts. Hey, up. Come on. Let's go to notifications, planning items. There you go. Move that there. It's a small thing, but it's necessary. I think. Yeah. I'll be fine. I need 650 on my PC. Oh, okay. Yeah. 850 watts PSG. You're fine. Okay. So let's do that. I'm only reordering that. It doesn't really matter in the table. What I need to do is ultimately wipe things out and start all over again. So I'm not going to panic about that. But I do need a tenant identifier. And that's why unit testing is useful, because I might have just bundled through with what I had there. Still thinking about it made me right. So we need tenant identifier there. What are you doing behind me, dog? Tenant identifier. So yeah, as I'm going through stuff, if you want me to explain more stuff, if you want me to explain less stuff, if you want to ask questions or even oppose what I'm doing, right? If you would disagree with the way I'm doing something or how I'm doing something, I'm open to the conversation, right? I'm open to learning. I do a lot of things based upon just things I've done in the past, and that's always a challenge. So yeah, feel free. Okay, so that's enough. We should have a failing test. We don't have a failing test. Things have gone very, very awry. Oh no, we have a failing test. Expected to receive, did not receive. So let's go and fix our test. So in our command now, what we do, we say repository dot add async new planning item. We need to have a tenant. And these are identifiers. These don't, again, from the data perspective, this object does not need to create instances of the tenant. It doesn't need to join that data together. It's completely just so it can be uniquely identified when a planning item is updated. And again, identifier isn't likely to collide, but I'm also creating a whole lot of identifiers in the system. So I don't want to run that risk of having that there when it is tenanted data. Two items could exist with the same title and description in the system with different identifiers. And at a glance, you might think they could. Then again, highly unlikely, but they could exist, and you can be just confused at a glance. At least if they're different tenant identifiers, it stands out as very different data. And you wouldn't be using this to debug, but you would actually be able to use that because you'd know what the tenant identifier was and be able to look at the data in the notification system to see if it was in any way corrupt. So I don't like being defensive, but at the same time, sometimes you got to be a little defensive. Yeah. So now this needs to do that. So we need tenant equals command dot tenant identifier equals command dot identifier. This title equals command dot title and description equals command dot description. This system does not need to do any sort of alerting, any eventing, anything like that on these objects, right? Sync. Okay. Now we can await that one. And now when we go back here, run. He says with confidence as it fails. Oh, yeah. Turn. So success. There's not much that's going to go wrong here. Maybe result isn't something I want to think about, but I'm kind of in that pattern of I just add it to things. Actually, Memsworth the other day did actually make me consider, do I always want to return a result? I don't know. Because he was actually removing it from some things that didn't actually need it. Yeah. Okay, so planning item doesn't exist. Awesome, it creates. Now, when planning item exists, fact, we don't need to do anything with it other than updating its values. So when planning item exists, item is updated. Planning item values. No, I know what I want to do here. My planning item is this, and no changes. I may have backed my way into these unit tests in the wrong direction. All right, I'm going to sleep. Thanks for the answers. Busy? No worries. Take care. Thank you very much. There is a Discord channel. If anyone is interested in joining the Discord and continuing on conversations, asking further questions about what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. And I know that Discord noise is a thing, but There is a Discord available if anyone is interested in any extra questions off stream. Also, we've started to get into a habit of having some conversations in there, in voice chat, etc., which are always open. RESTful busy. A planning item exists and no changes. So I'm going to define two things here. And I'm kind of tempted to figure out how I write the tests effectively, but we're going to stick with this. Planning item values are up. Planning item is updated. So in the name of time, because I'm at 3 hours 40 on a stream, which is a relatively long stream. I do want to move forward and get this done. We're going to copy this information, right? This is all stuff that we're going to need. And we are going to set this up a little differently. Ultimately, what we're going to say is repository dot received update async arg.is planning item. Come on, there you go. This is where it saves you time. It knows what I wanted to write. It knows that it's the same as the other class. I'm not going to argue with that one, right? Protected override arrange. So again, if you used to see unit tests, my method of unit testing is a little bit different. It's not quite a normal, accepted way, I don't believe. But basically, I like to have the assertion be the only thing in the facts. So they are the things that happen. If I have the arrange, act, and assert in every single test, then what happens is I actually pivot the style of test. So I have this when planning item exists. So I kind of say when this thing happens, this is what I expect to have happened. And I don't use the word should. I don't use the word maybe. I'm So yeah. So, and again, I'm interested in people's experience of unit testing. If you have opinions or thoughts on how I'm doing the unit test, and you're like, well, that doesn't read correctly, I think you're going to have problems here. That's the sort of stuff I'm trying to encourage, right? I do want to have open conversations about our differing styles. It's not right or wrong. There is no, honestly, I do not believe there is some outright wrong, but I don't think you're likely to hit outright wrong very often. So that's why I do the things I do. Subject.handle. And again, new, we're going to pass those things in, right? We expect to receive this. Oh dear. So when the planning item exists, this is going to fail, obviously, because we do an insert, we do an add, we do not do an update. So the planning item is created, but now we're seeing, okay, well, we expected to receive a call matching update, actually receive no matching calls, right? So we're going to change that. Again, I'm playing along here a little bit, but I'm not. Bar existing equals repository dot first or default async new. What are we going to do here? We need some specifications now. These are specifications at the supporting data level. Entity by identifier by tenant. And I haven't used the word unique everywhere else. Entity by a tenant identifier. That works. And also needs to be called spec. Specification. It's funny. I keep calling these spec. It's normally in everything else I would do, I would actually avoid using the word spec and I'd use the word specification everywhere. But here I've just kind of got into that nice habit of just saying calling them spec. It's a query class. It's all it is describing a query. So here we actually need the entity, and this needs to be T entity. I single of the entity, right? So the problem here is now I've created classes elsewhere in the system, but I don't really have a need to use extensive types here. What I will know is that everything has to have these two pieces of information. So we're going to create an interface, domain contracts. Some people disagree with calling them contracts or whatever. Again, don't care. I supporting entity. That's all we're going to go with for right this second because it is going to be public and identifier. Then planning item is an I supporting entity. Again, this database will not have relationships. It will not have, at these levels, it will not have relationships because all it's going to store is the data that I need for both user and for planning item right now. And I can grow into that. So this now we can actually narrow to say where T entity is I supporting entity, right? So this query can become E goes to E dot an identifier. So GUID and an identifier, GUID identifier. I'm leaning into the AI giving me a little bit of support because I know that it's making the right choices and I want to get this done. This is my goal for the stream, to get this piece working, because what this will allow me to do, not just this piece, but the actual changes component. So I'm getting to the supporting the changes component first. So this is tenant and this is identifier. Cancellation token, we can await that. We await that, and then if existing is not null. Oh, really? You wanna do my job for me now, do you? It's not wrong. I'm not gonna fight it. Right? Oh no! Expected a call. You didn't receive a call. Why didn't you receive a call? You know why I didn't receive a call? So I never told it to return a call. So right now it's calling create. Still. So I need to do now is say, okay, repository dot first to default arg dot any. Again, I single. That's got to be good enough right this second to say, okay, by the way, it's this entity by tenant identifier spec. That's as good as it can get. New planning item. So here we're going to create private read only int ID equals 10,001. That's a common thing for me to do, that one. ID equals ID. Tenant equals tenant identifier. Type identifier. Yeah. Title equals title. Description equals description. Right. So now this should pass. There we go. We're passing. Okay. So that seems the simplest way to get to where we need to get to. That will do. If it's a create, it's create. The one thing this does lack is if I make an if for whatever reason I make a mistake and I change the logic, right, and I don't put that there, these are still going to pass because I did call receive, right? It doesn't prevent that behavior. So again, I'm kind of I flip flop a little bit on this design in that I'm like, should I write explicitly that I should also add it? Isn't that kind of obvious? Um, um, think there's a way. I kind of want to describe, okay, this should be received and it should be the only one that should be received, right? Can I do that in substitute? Because that's what I want to describe, right? It's not. I don't want to explicitly say, oh, and by the way, it shouldn't be added as well, because that's kind of a silly test name for me. Substitute verify. Mock was mock received. No, actually, I have to do it that way because again, I can't guarantee that I don't invoke mock methods because I do invoke this method, right? So I invoke at least two calls on methods and that. So planning item is not added again. Repository dot did not receive dot insert add arg dot any planning item. Right. So now that would catch that. Yeah. I was like, oh no, it's broken. And then I realized, no, because you broke it. So now this should do result dot success. Now that should catch it. There you go. So is it cheating? Is it adding an extra test there? Is a different way? I don't know. But it does work for right this second. So we're gonna leave it there. Let's add some let's do some commits. Configure feature add notifications consumers configure notifications consumer library consumer service with a single receiver like that. Introduced update planning item command for receiver to update. Added unit tests around updating planning item. And this job, it doesn't have to be complicated, right? It is only performing the job of making sure we have making sure we have an actual planning item in our database. So yeah, so this is going to do sender. That's our mediator. And this is going to do sync. It's going to wait. Send. New update planning item. Command. This is going to be event dot tenant identifier event. That's like identifier event dot title and event dot description. Then cancellation token. That's it. That's all the receiver needs to do. It needs to just forward that. What will happen here is that will when it completes, it will mark that message as committed and move Kafka on. So each one of these will block temporarily, but again, all I'm doing is storing data that I need. I'm not doing anything extra complicated in these pieces. That's the purpose there. Wire up receiver to send. Now I should be able to edit configurations. Let's go and clean some of this up a little bit. So we have Angular view there, depth project. There's consumers. So we have notifications, consumers. Should be able to just start that up. Actually have it do something. Let's see what happens. It might not be ready. There is an extra piece on the Kafka piece. It actually does start a background worker service. So it actually does a service that does a consumer part. Yeah, there you go. URI string. That's probably not set to go to content. There you go. And also that's still lacking. We have a notifications integrator, but we have database connection strings. So we have database configuration, and that is going to be notifications. There's no outbox for this yet, so that's okay. Postgre. Why would I use Postgres? Notifications, app settings. These are checked in with this password. The entire application database is generated from the scripts. So this is all in the name of, essentially, I should be able to check out this. If I start a new machine by cleaning up everything, I should be able to check out this entire application structure and actually deploy it within minutes. Rebuild it all. That's the goal. So I don't mind them being checked in. Once it goes into a production environment, then this is not necessarily the best thing for it. So this is just initialization for development purposes. You're talking best case scenario. I think personally that what I want to aim for is having the application from a development perspective not care about any existing data. So essentially, you could just say, create some tools to start up and produce all the components you need. And again, if you're not working in the entire stack, you don't need to test the entire stack. You can test individual components. So you don't need everything else to be able to test your part. So I think it's very much um, a um, it's not something that I need to worry about. I don't need to worry about that connection string being in the file there. It's not going to hurt me. It's not going to leak any production information, but it is something that people do kind of pay attention to. If I had development servers, they'd all have different databases anyway. I see DB up for managing migrations recently. Have you ever checked it? I haven't. How are you doing, Ian? I've not. Let's have a look. DB up migrations. Not bad. I'm having fun. Feel like I'm moving. Oh. I'm in a darker room than I realized. Nice. PowerShell. The entry point is deploy changes too. That's going to go in the notes. Go. Doing good, doing good. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're building things. So let's see. What am I? I'm missing something else. I just don't know what I'm missing. It's going to crash. Well, I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. I consumers did not see it. See tells like DB up best way to build databases in .NET. Like I just heard of it. Nice. I appreciate you sharing it. I'll definitely check it out. So this Kafka is that's why I don't have anything registered. Okay. Services that add transient. Again, these are not scoped services because they work with inside of the background service. So there's still some stuff I need to figure out there. Attachment, and this is going to be the planning item receiver. And then we need to go in here and we can add the planning item receiver. Right. I didn't have any topics to consume. Now this will use that event of this to look it up in console and get the topic it's going to subscribe from. So I don't need to add any extra configuration. I don't need to set that out in here. I can just say, oh, by the way, here's your consumer and here's where you're going to put your configuration. So it does work that way. Not perfect. It can be overridden, but we'll see how this goes. Let's see. Oh, we're hitting a debug. Oh, no. There we go. Done. It consumed 5 messages, it inserted 5 records. We now have those planning items visible in here for that tenant. Awesome. There we go. So I can know what I'm doing. Okay, so add receivers. No, correct. Connection string name in database configuration. configure receiver, or planning item. Make sure app settings actually makes it to the output directory. Hello, Pop. Okay, so that's planning item receivers. We need another one for user. So update. So the challenge with the user is, well, actually, let's get the changes consumer in place first. I think that's going to be more. Hello, Poppy. It's okay. One of the dogs is a little bit more playful than ever. Like she wants more attention. She has moments of wanting to jump around and bite things. Not aggressively, but just having fun. Normally torments a brother until he does something. What do I want to call this? This is actually subscriptions. Application subscriptions, yeah. Rename refactor. Rename the directory for subscriptions. From specific to the generic behavior. These are the use cases. Again, trying to get myself into a place where I'm basically naming the folders as the behavior, etc. And making sure that, you know, if you're looking at this, okay, notifications, applications, subscriptions, you know what a subscription is. Therefore, you should be able to figure out, oh, subscribe to planning item. Because I was about to do a planning item related one, and yeah, consuming supporting data, update planning item, right? So these are the actions I'm performing. Rana, hello. How are you doing? Welcome in. How are things today for you? So yeah, we are building this application. I am currently focused on the notifications, and I've done this piece, so it now receives the planning item event, and now I'm going to receive the changes. And the reason I'm going to do that first is because I'm not entirely sure. Actually, I need to validate that piece, to be honest. When I publish changes, so let's look at the data. The data will tell me more than the actual. So the source user identifier. Actually, that doesn't matter, does it? Because the tenant, it doesn't. I don't care about the tenant. I just care about the source user identifier, because that is that. Select star from users identifier equals. Yeah. Yeah. If you're new to the stream, if you've not stopped by here before, you are more than welcome to ask any questions. I'm happy to show you stuff. The code I'm working on is not open source. It is a large application that is a little bit beyond trying to open source at this point. There's a lot more complication to setting it up than warrants that. But I am happy to show things off. I'm happy to talk about what it is. Which Kafka UI is that liked it? This is AKHQ.io. It's actually one of the Docker containers I deploy as part of my Kafka configuration. So I have the AKHQ set up in there. So it's all deployed as part of my compose file. So that is here, Kafka, Docker compose, and it is that image. Can't believe it's 20 to 6 already. I'm streaming a lot longer than I actually thought I would do today. But I'm making progress, so we're going to keep going through. So let's go and hi husband, how you doing? So again, for those who haven't seen this, this is the application that I'm building. The idea that I'm working on right now, if I click anything, it's going to break, so I can't really click very much right this second. But the idea I'm working on right now is actually you can subscribe to being told about one of these things changing. And what I'm trying to get to is the point where when you do, when someone does change one of these things, that you see a notification that that has happened. The first step will be to get a dashboard screen. The second step will be getting an actual pop-up notification, etc. Time for bed. Wish you all a wonderful rest of the stream. And Spender, thank you very much for coming hanging out. I appreciate it. And take care. Good night. Rest well. Okay, so this one is no, I'm not. Actually, I only care about user. It is, I can do it nice and easy. Update user. So user here, and I'm trying to make sure that I get the data in there that is necessary rather than worry about the changes. So the notifications, I need another table here. And this is really easy because I don't actually need the tenant attached to this one because the user is a user is a user. That might come back to bite me later. Int, not null. Don't know why that is I think that's not the right sequence. I think you should, because again, you tab through them. You go from column set down to min, down to step, down to identity. Feels like you should go there to identity. But anyway, that's the primary key. And we need identifier. This is unique identifier. And a user will contain, I don't think the actual events are going to show me very much here. I don't think I have any users left in this. I do have all 14 of them. So a user here, that identifier is what I care about, and I can track the name and email. I am going to pull the name and email, right? Because the rest of this information doesn't matter to this table at all. Some rendering issues. Yeah, it doesn't matter to this table. Not normal. So we just need the name. And again, I've chosen to do I've not chosen to do first name, last name. I've just chosen name. That might be something that later on we can reflect upon, whether that's a good thing, a bad thing. Do I care about someone's surname necessarily? No. Yeah. Maybe how I'm talking about ordering things. That might be when that becomes valid, but not null. And an email. And the email again cannot be null. What do I do? Actually, what did I just do? I just looked at this email as 255. It's kind of my go-to, it seems. Again, I don't need to track. I think I do want to index that because I think I've been looking this up a lot. I do want to track name and email, but I don't need to track things like last added, last updated, date added, etc. It doesn't matter. If I get a message for this thing, I'm going to update this thing. Oh, well, now I'm practiced. I can be faster. New name, no identifier, unique identifier, not null. Add index on that one. New column, name, and varchar 255. Not null. Email, not null. There you go. Like I know what I'm doing. I'm going to generate the DDL for that. I'm going to make sure that that's added over here quickly because, again, what I don't want to get into the habit of doing is like, oh yeah, I'll get around to that later, because that is later is challenging. So we had that. Let's add the scripts. Add users table script. If that means nothing, I should have made sure that meant something. Okay, let's close that down. So here again, our domain has an entity, but it's not the same entity as elsewhere. And this is the I supporting entity. So it has two pieces of information by default. And then it gets public string name, public string email. Again, just pieces of information that I need to pull for the purpose of this. One thing I can do eventually is I can actually add, because I realize that these, once I add these as DB set, this will squiggle these and say, oh, memory limits, etc. So if you add configuration telling it how big those fields can be, it does help it. It does give it some hints, but I don't think it makes a difference underneath because, as far as I know, that doesn't really. It's a string. The max length of it doesn't change the storage size of the type in C#. Okay. So we have user. User is there. We need to add that to the context. DB set. I do try and keep these alphabetized. It definitely helps if you're glancing at it to know the rough order. If you're talking about a big context, doing it this way, right? Some there's definitely some streaming. Yeah. Sorry, I was checking out something. Yeah, my brain just went blank on what I was talking about. But yeah, ordering these the way this is being developed, the context end up being smaller because they're more pertinent. You're not combining every single table in the system into one big data context. So the context, there's a lot more of them. There's a lot more pieces, but they are smaller. So we're going to create a user receiver here. And I'm going to cheat a little bit in the name of event receiver. In the name of moving this forward, I'm going to kind of fill in some of the blanks, and I'm going to move to get these users in there, because then it gives us the ability to consume the changes and then produce the information we want to produce. So the goal of this story particularly is consume the planning items, right? We're now going to do this. We don't need tenants, actually. This is not necessary. and then we can consume the changes, and then we're going to send a command. That command, because of the way that the MassTransit RabbitMQ piece works, that command doesn't need any receiver to just happen. And that's kind of the beauty of a distributed system, right? I can do things on one side and then someone else can consume them later. And if I was doing this in development as a, as a team, from an integration perspective, we agree upon that method, that message, and everything else is beyond. We don't need to care about how it's received or whatever happens to it then. So we can actually work on this independently of, so if you're, let's say you're joining me developing in this application, you can go off and work on the actual piece that involves building the GraphQL piece without caring about mine, because we can always build tools to do inserts of data, to send commands. We can mock those things and make sure they do what they should be doing. And again, with unit testing, it should just be a case of just plugging the things together. So I'm going to do, we need some other pieces here. Sorry, just answering something. Gotcha. Okay. We need that. We need that. So we need the other pieces in place. So this ultimately is going to do, again, it's going to do something very similar. We're going to do await sender.send, and I haven't got the other part in here. That's why I was just kind of pausing. New update user dot command, and this command is going to look like this: event dot identifier. And again, I don't need the tenant information here. That's totally relevant to this because it's unique to the entire system. And that's okay. And then we need the identifier, we need the name and the email. That's all we need for that one. Right. And then we need to go to the update user, and we need public record command period identifier. And that's an I command. So again, I'm returning a result here, but I don't actually need to do, I could actually return unit. It doesn't actually, I think that's probably a better design, because there's no, I don't know of any side effects yet caused by, because I don't have any success or fail case here. It's very, it either does it, and if it doesn't do it, the system doesn't kind of work very well, but it's not going to break everything, and it shouldn't it shouldn't pull it down. Other events should not stop processing on this thing. So we can do that. Now we can put this together. This is going to look very familiar. So I'm going to do almost the exact same thing, right? The only difference is user versus that. So it's a cheat. But in the same, I kind of want to move forward. And if you're watching the stream and paying attention to the stream, you know that I'm not really doing anything drastically wrong here. Just, yeah, okay. I command handler of command units. And then we paste that in, right? This piece stays the same. This is, I attach tenant identifier to it. What's the simple enough? Simple enough is cognitive complexity. Or cyclomatic complexity, not cognitive. Cognitive is the diamond next to it. It's just basically saying the you just made the realization I'm an idiot. In this context. Hello, buddy. Hello. Oh, hello. You want to say hi? Hello. Oh, there's a Loki, by the way. That is Loki. Yeah, you want to be on the camera? Is that what you wanted? Well, there you go. Good boy. He likes giving hugs. Just realized I probably have to go out and buy thermal paste before I see. No. Why? I mean, have you got a cooler for the CPU? Did you not order a cooler? I don't believe the 7900s come with coolers. So you might need a bit more than thermal paste, but no, you won't be able to. Not a 7700K one. You won't be able to reuse. No, completely different socket design. Long before AM4. I believe AM4 and AM5 coolers are close in footprint. Yeah, yeah. You best run out and get a new cooler, or get on that Amazon and order one. There's a few not too bad cheaper ones, but if you're running a 7900, you might not want to cheap out too much. It don't matter if it's a water cooler; it's the socket that attaches to the motherboard that's the challenge there, and the connectors will not. There's no way that cooler that you've got on that 7700K has an adapter for an AM4, because AMD Ryzen was not. It was in its infancy if it was around. And it was an AM4. Because that's, sorry for the bright white screen, that's 2017 Ryzen 1800, and that's not AM4. AM4 didn't come until 3rd gen, I believe. No, AM4 is that. So it might have the adapter if you've got the box for the cooler. It could, potentially. But you'd be being lucky. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, Muff? Okay. No way I have the box. Yeah. So you might be on new cooler. Okay. So the moment of realization that Ian just I've just said that user does not need to be tenant specific, and then I've created this thing for this. Ugh. It's not as generic as I wanted it to be. So the user that I just created that I didn't even think about when I was adding the entity, right? That's not a supporting entity. That's just an entity. It doesn't have a tenant. That doesn't matter. So this spec here doesn't work, right? User by identifier spec. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not like I can't get around it. And I'm not going to try and jam it into something else because it doesn't really matter. Right. We could go to like, oh well, let's create I let's create a kind of a nested hierarchy and whatnot. Don't need to be clever. So this is GUID identifier. And this is query.where u identifier equals identifier. There we go. Okay. So then this is just user by identifier spec. That gets that user. And then we just set existing dot email equals command dot email. Existing dot name equals command dot name. So again, I'm just blindly units value. I'm just blindly returning. I'm just blindly accepting the changes and taking them for what they are. I don't care about anything else because they're not. It's not the end of the world if I just overwrite what's there. I just take what it is at that point. Yeah. Return unit value. There we go. So we're going to experiment here. So this can run the risk of introducing inconsistency into the code base because now I've got one way of doing it in one thing and one way of doing it in another. I really should make some sort of pattern of reviews for these things because that's kind of a technical debt. If I keep on repeating that pattern, the alternative is I just do this and make it the same. And now that's just, now it's consistent, right? When do I do that? When do I not do that? That's kind of like, as I hire my developers, right, I'm going to have to figure out what the standards look like. What do I expect to see in code? Where are the areas where you can just do what you want to do, and where are the areas where you have to follow pattern, right? And I've decided I'm going to try and talk about this as if the product is going to be a thing in the near future that I'm going to have other people working on because I think it's from a positive mindset perspective alone, it's useful just to think of it that way. Like this could be a product, right? I'm building it to be a product. Whether it actually makes it to a market and that market does have a demand for it, I don't need to care, right? But I should treat it like I would professional product, right? It's not just a hack together project just to make it work. Sorry, the usefulness of this application as a single person developing small projects thing. I'm I passed that 9 months ago, right? So we have update user in place, right? We need to add some tests just to, and I'm going to do exactly what you would think I would not want to do, right? Um, right. This is when user does not exist. That's fine. When user exists. Oh, why are you complaining? Hey, you shouldn't be complaining. There you go. You're happy, right? I realize that I just did a horrible copy and paste thing, but um, I have to review these things anyway, so it's not going to be too harmful. But the structure's in place, and I don't want to keep writing all this out. Um, but update user. Oh, damn! No, 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 no! Thank goodness that found me. Thank goodness. Oh dear, that was going to be disastrous. I think um I think my brain's starting to get carried away with the the end result here. I'm excited to get to the next phase. I'm excited to get to the changes consumption. I want to rush through this, but in the same, if I rush through this now, I leave a hole in my application, right? I leave that untested. And yes, it's a mimic, it's a copy of existing code. It does the same sort of stuff, but it's not worth sacrificing for the sake of getting to that. I'm doing it a little bit faster because I'm streaming it and because it's repetitive. But at the same, if I was doing this for real, I have to take my time. I have to follow these practices. I should make sure that I'm doing so because it will make all the difference to the quality of the application. If I let my standards drop now and I don't do this, what does it cost me later? Maybe it costs me a bug. Maybe it costs me an entire system not behaving as I expect it to do. There's all manner of reasons to do this the right way. That's what I should have done the first time. So user identifier, name, email, right? Actually, because of the way I'm doing this, get away to get result. If you actually are using facts here, you can actually put these as asynchronous. Because I'm doing this arrange act thing. I don't think this arrange act thing can support. Yeah, because it's a constructor. You can't have an asynchronous constructor. It doesn't like this either, but that's neither here nor there. This is just a setup. Mr. Zombie UK, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you're well. How was your stream? What were you working on today? Oh, how'd the stream go? Went through some game entries to go where Game Jam 0. Okay, how was that? Fun? C#.net makes me so happy, man. I used to write a lot of JavaScript in Python. Tiring. Like playing a bunch of games is one thing. Playing a bunch of game jam entries where you are constantly having to switch between people's designs and people's implementations, it's got to be a rough one. A lot of crazy games. Yeah. That's cool though. I'm not doing something quite so interesting. I am currently working on writing some unit tests around some application code. They're going well. They're going well. Basically what I'm building is I'm building an application here. I'm not no game dev here today, but I'm building an application for work tracking, and if you are a professional developer, you've likely used things like Jira and tools of its kind. Monday.com is another similar sort of idea. And I'm trying to build a platform for tracking the work, for planning the work, for giving insights into the work. I don't like that Jira is management focused and developer led. And Xcoding, hello, how are you doing? Welcome back. So I don't like that Jira is such a part of the development workflow. I think that a lot of the things we're asked to do as developers in there, they are external to our duties. So what I'm trying to do is build a system whereby we have this concept of a review date. This is one of the key components so far. This review date is, again, these are planning items. These are not stories. So introducing this concept of planning items is an idea to break up what is being planned from what is actually being done. So the concept is one of, you create a planning item. The planning item can be, there's actually a screen I can't click on, don't think, because it won't load. It'll error. Because the app's not open running. But basically, you can the product manager can come in here, create this story as they see it, add in all the requirements they think they want, all their wish list. They can assign the projects they think need to be assigned to it. So if you build up your projects in this way, you can kind of assign a project to a planning item, and then you can be told when things change, right? So from a management perspective, you might want to say, okay, I want to know when a planning item is added to planning, or a planning item is added to the UI, or whatever. I want to know when it's past its review date. So this review date is non-optional. It is a field you have to set. It will trigger alerts so people can be told about it. All the things that as developers we get asked to do, take that load off, pass it back to management, pass it back to product and beyond. The developers can sit down with PMs to go through these things to kind of decide what is really a story, what is really a wish list item, what is, and then use those requirements to build the stories. And so one-to-many stories can be generated off a single item in here. That way they are now stories that developers have sized. Those are stories that developers have agreed upon, not necessarily sized, but kind of, if we go to the t-shirt sizing thing. So again, trying to give power to the developers to understand what they're actually meant to work on, and that the backlog they have is actually a genuine backlog that is not just a wish list of items stuck there with no knowledge, right? So the review date attaches, and the notifications piece is what I'm focused on right this second. So overall, it is a larger system. It is doing many different things, and it is, using a lot of technology so far. So this is what I've been working on, all in the aim, all with the goal of not having to use Jira. So within the next couple of weeks, I should be in a place where I can dog food my own application to build my own application. So yeah, so that's where my focus is. That's email. That's email. That's name. Doesn't really matter what I do. Name. Yeah, Jira was a real, why are you doing this only to wait for a manager who knows nothing about what I've devs to sign off. Yeah. So I'm trying to focus on those aspects of uh um again, I don't want developers to have to worry about uh not developing. So DevOps man. um Take the load off. So yeah. Right now I just did a copy and paste in the worst possible way. Oh, that's gonna fail. That should fail this test. Yeah, actually they can't. So user by identifier spec. Yeah. And that's that. I just removed. Title is, so email is email, name is name. That's a user. We need ID. Yeah, kind of need ID, don't you? From tomorrow, I stop playing other people's games and can get back to level C sharp. Nice. Nice. Are you just doing that because, like, to see what other people are doing? Are you doing, do you just do that because it's fun? There's no way of making this, oh no, I joined the jam, so I played other entries to rate them. Oh, nice. Okay, so it's just part of the polite process of going through and playing other people's games, not just deploy. Yeah, I suppose I forget about that fact. Like, it's not just about having everyone rate your stuff. You should actually take the time and be respectful to the community, and do the same thing that you're asking them to do. I mean, you could just be a bit self-centered. And, like, yeah, why would I play anyone else's stuff? When user exists, expected to receive a call. Yeah, so challenge. Yeah, user is updated. Sorry, I just trying to make sure I communicate with family. I tried to play rate 73 games in 2 days. Impossible feat, but minus 26. Nice. 26 is still awesome. Anyway, he's going to go grub and hit the bed. Have a great rest. Take care. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it, Mr. Zombie. And have a great Sunday. And enjoy your food. Okay. Did I just change anything? Did I change a single thing then? Thank you. I did not change a single thing then. I'm just expecting to do planning item. User is not added again. Rename your tests. When you copy and paste, rename your tests. I'm doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. User is not added again. Did not receive add async. Actually, is that failing because of a legitimate reason? No. This is not failing because of a legitimate reason. That's failing because of user by identifier. It's failing because it's not determining that this working. Um, sorry about that. Okay, 6:30. Why are you failing? You're failing because update user handler. So we call update user handler. We get the existing. So user by identifier spec. It's actually the way this is set up. Yeah, because you good news of Watercool supports my 7th gen Intel and the AM5. That is awesome. Bad news, I don't think it's powerful enough. Yeah, because you're doubling the wattage as well. You're going to need a lot more. Uh, you're going to need a lot more cooling. Okay. So what that's telling me, what the test, the failing test is telling me, expected to receive a call when user exists, user is updated. Expected to receive a call with user update, name and email, and didn't. So it's this one that's failing, not the other one. This didn't happen. It didn't add. It did call update, but it didn't call update for the right reason. So name is name, email is email. Update existing. When user exists, name is. It's failing for the right reason. Because I renamed the wrong ones. That'll pass. I slouched down in my chair and I'm streaming. I should not do that. So yeah, we now have that. So our tests should all run. Again, it's about firming up the system. It's about putting the structure in place. It's making sure that not only am I able to consume this, but I can actually trust that if I make changes, I know feature. I know that it's going to work. Consume users into notifications for producing some like okay. Too many changes. I don't need to panic about it. Okay, we'll push that so it's off the machine because again, if the machine goes, I'm in trouble. Okay. Um, what we can do now is we need to go to our consumer. We've got our user receiver, right? We now go into our Kafka configuration and we add our user receiver. I need to build us something around this. I refuse to do it because it's like yet more side work. When you're building an application on your own of this size, it does get a little bit more intimidating to go off and do the little side project things because every little thing takes you away from the main thing. Every little it I started writing these out yesterday, right? Just to get the notifications piece in place. And I was just overwhelmed at the sheer number of items that I would actually that would result from just wanting to do something simple. And it made me realize just how much I want the system to do the things I want it to do. Because what I would do is I'd write these out as a planning item, and I'd add those requirements in as you know. I require it to do this. I require it to do this. I require it to do this. I require it to do this, and then I can actually use those requirements to understand what I'm actually trying to build, and then from those requirements, build out stories and add extra requirements in to identify all these things, so that the original planning item can still read like the thing that the product team wants, but the stories that are produced from that are not necessarily aligned to those requirements, or not necessarily one-to-one. It could generate way more stories than just those things, but those things are still met. Um, and you know, product can see it from a product perspective, but development can see it from a development perspective. And I think that's a key thing. And then get out of the way. And maybe I'm trying to produce something that creates too much process. Maybe I'm trying to make this more difficult. We'll see once we start to test it. But I think from what I'm doing so far, I think this seems to make sense. So now we've got that. That will now add a subscriber to that topic, and we should. There you go. There's our users. They were there. So now our users are consumed. So we have planning items and users in our notification system. What this gives us the ability to do now is consume changes. And when we need to produce, because we don't need much more than the core of every item, right? If it needs anything like that, right? If this was a ticket or something like that, it might be the title of the ticket. If it's a story, it will be the story title. It doesn't need to be much more than that. And the users are just supporting information that we need to say, hey, we're not going to build up everything that's in the change here. We're just going to say, oh, a change happened. What changed? Send a notification. It's up to the view to actually give the user the context. And I think the more I think about that design, the more that makes sense. Okay. So the final step on this piece. So consume the users. This part's easy. This part's still a bit hard. I'm going to try and get through this in a relatively small amount of time. I'm going to leave it open so that I can do the unit test later. But I think it's really kind of useful to get done in the stream because it's best on the video. And again, if you're new to the stream, if you're just stopping in, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to ask or share. This is going to be hello, bathroom rug eater. That's funny. Okay. What I'm thinking about here is, do I actually have any requirement to do I have any requirement to do anything other than forward a command? I want to, if there's a subscription to an entity, I want to send a command, right? So that's that's consuming supporting data, processing changes, process, planning, item, change. Let's just try and write this out and see if it works, because I'm not entirely certain. Public record command. Um, What am I thinking about here? I'm thinking about the changes. So I'm going to consume a planning item change event, right? I care about most of this information. Ultimately, I will react to this sort of stuff, but right now I care about the changes. Okay. Unfortunately, point where I think. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a bit more complicated than I can actually achieve in any time left because I'm at 5 hours on the stream. So, mic bump, sorry. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go off and think about how I want to do this because obviously there's a lot of information in that record, right? There's all this information, right? Ultimately, what I need to do is I need to say, okay, well, does this user, right? Not does this user. Actually, yes. No, not this user. This identifier. Okay, so I know it's a planning item. So I want to say, is there a subscription for the planning item, right? And then for each user, send the command to notify, right? That's all this needs to do. Um, doesn't need to know about this right now because all I'm doing is I'm saying, okay, well, this thing changed because I've got a command for it. Ultimately, it will be okay when this gives me context of added or updated. This gives me context of what is added or updated. So later on, I'll be able to say, okay, well, this user cares about the review date changing anywhere beyond 7 days from the current review. So if they just move it forward tomorrow, you don't want to necessarily panic about that. But if they say, okay, if they move it forward more than 7 days, I want to do this. This is the complexity of what I want to do with the notifications. So I want to be able to allow people to do a lot of flexing on those things so that they can just be reacted, that they can get insights to the application on a level that they might need or on a level they don't, just they want to be broad or they want to be narrow. They can do both. And that way you have this flexibility. So is there a subscription for the planning item? Then for each user that does have a subscription to that planning item, let them know. Right. That's what I want to do. And we'll build that out. But anyway, I'm going to finish up here because I think that we need to um, I need to go get some food because I didn't eat lunch. I just kind of streamed because it's fun. Um, thank you for joining me. I do appreciate it. Let's go and raid Settle it because that's where I'm going to go hang out. And I will resume. I may be on tomorrow, depending on if I make some progress on this evening. And yeah, we'll resume. So yeah, take care. Have a great rest of your day. If you have any more questions, thoughts, opinions, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. All the videos do go up on YouTube, so you're more than welcome to check them out. And yeah, thank you very much for hanging out. Take care, all. I'm going to get a stream deck next week for this computer.